No starting soon today. Hey yo. Let's try and get straight to the points. And just learn how the fuck does this shit work. Alright. Where should I start though? Nope. It's not this one, it's this one. Why the fuck did they change the order? Sure. No. Alright, so we need to learn first how to properly lay out things. We're gonna do it in a kind of brute force manner. Yeah, there's something that I need to do first. We need to get Suki UI. I think that's the name. Oh, come on. I'm quite sure that I am not a robot. Told you. This thing with the good doggo. That's an interesting thing. I was stuck in between this and another thing called Shad UI. This one. Which is kind of similar. But it seems like Suki UI has way more things on it. Might be wrong though. Who knows? It seems to have like more. I know. But it's just like it has more pizzazz, you know. So just like go to get started. And if I recall its installation, yeah, we just need to remove Avalonia times Fluent. Nope, it's in the UI, you dumbass. Remove the Fluent themes. Let's always do like this. Let me search for Suki UI or whatever the fuck it is. Is it this one? Yep. I was gonna say version 6.0, but it's just version 6.03. So do this. There's also, if I recall, certain changes that we also need to do, right? Yeah, modify the app phone to basically add this, if I understand correctly. XML. XML. App XML. And then just basically do this. Suki Y. Then we add this inside the styles. Why the code highlight part in there? There's no fluence anymore. Although, what is specifically the fluent theme in Avalonia? I know it's the default one, but just... There's bound to be some explanation somewhere, right? Come on. Let me see. I mean, I get it. I mean, it just works, but I would say it's lacking. Alrighty, and then after we do this, Some of the built-in controls of Avalonia contain textual information. The default context menu for text box. You can select the language of these texts by setting the locale of CQI. CQI uses English by default, but if you need to use other English, Chinese, example Chinese, you can set it as follows. No need. CQ window as main window. Change main window from window class to CQ window class. Original main window XML. It's basically just adding this line on the main window. Oh, goddammit, my fucking mouse. I don't think it matters where exactly, right? Just... I don't know. I don't think it matters. Oh yeah, we need to change it to Suki window as well. Can't I just do Suki window? Does it work? I'm quite sure, right? Yeah, it auto-completes, but it really depends on the Suki white thing in front. And I like better how it's organizing here. So it just... Yep. As expected. But then, why does it break? What is this class? Oh, I think I know why it breaks. Maybe because of this. This needs to be sucky window as well, right? Window to sucky window. Sucky sucky. No, it's not sucky window. Fuck me. Then remove Avalonia controls from there because I'm sensible human person. That works. Oh, fuck me, really? No. Format and clean that. The file itself. There it goes. More sensible. And if I recall correctly, I need to remove this welcome to Avalonia here because there's no reason to. This needs to be done. There's some other issues in Sheba. I'm quite sure this is enough. Oh, this fucking error that keeps happening. It's not the first time it happened, right? Or am I crazy? So this is inside object debug. What the fuck? Why is it generating a thing inside object debug? Duplicates attributes. But then from where? It would be nice if it showed me where is the other duplicated version. You know, if it is duplicated, this must be somewhere else, right? There's the UI node, it's only here. Is it still the same fucking thing? Wait a second. Well, it doesn't show here. Properties? Yeah, it's properties. Oh, I get it. So here is where it describes some of these things. I gotcha. Specify the values you can default and build the build and revision numbers. What if we just did this? Go figure. I mean, I understand that these are important, but oh, this is considerably different. Anyway, looky here. What's the difference in the tone? God damn it. Clearly differente. Wait a sec, let me see if it is. Yeah, these bands in the background is happening for me as well. Odd. I'm not gonna care much for now. This solves, I guess. We're gonna fucking look into the assembly info later. For now, it's just not important. So what we need to do then? The main window doesn't need to call anything. I need to think of a method to organize things. I kind of have something in my mind that is similar to some ways that I structure codes in the website development. That I kind of have some small knowledge about it. And I think it would be helpful to be applied in here, which is the vertical slice architecture. So we're gonna isolate basically everything into features, but only inside of the UI part. And the logic, maybe we'll do something later when we start like getting things better. But for now, we're gonna isolate things. It will help so that we can call shits from random locations. Although there might be issues with having to call certain things from locations where it has no access. Sure, that works with ASP.NET, but mainly I feel so weird on on YouTube without music. Oh well. If I had already like better music, like open source music shit, or copyright free ones, or whatever the fuck. But I've yet to find shit like that. God damn it, why are you opening the wrong location? Oh, I see. Let me just think a little bit. The process watcher is not. Oh, what the fuck is this? You don't need to mess with the app. Same also. Let me just commit this as well for what is the name? I think I put here, don't think it matters. So I'm gonna just commit these ones for this one's will go long. For the adding Sukiwa. Ugh, I wish there was an AI thingy to do this. Could be enough. The app, there's no need to mess with this. Maybe the designer will be important. Yeah, it is important because of these parts. Although we've yet to understand 100% how it works. But I think the main important thing for now is being able to find the process list. So we're gonna go to directory, features, directory, process watcher. So We can have no, just gonna call it logic. It's gonna be a static class as well. Oh, I hate this one. Don't ask again. Cancel. This one is gonna be a static one for now, as I learn better Avalonia. I'm gonna definitely need user control. What is the difference between user control and templated control? Well, we'll discover. Yep. Templated control and user control. It's definitely not resource dictionary nor styles. That's for sure. There's errors in the user control for some reason. Why? Could it be because it doesn't use Suki UI as well? I've seen this similar error before. We'll just test something. This was happening previously. Which window is it going to show the dunk now? Let me just in case. Soon as you want it, buddy. Where is it going to show the main window? Come on. Oh, it shows in the proper location. Thank fuck. There's no issue. And then when it opens in the correct location. There we go. It shows the project selection and the primary window. Okay, if this doesn't fix, then the problem is bigger one. Let me just wait for it to load it all. And I don't get it why it happens. Nope. Seems like the issue is still there. Is there a specificity to it? Let's get in the instance of a thing. Yeah, let me go back in there. It could be that there's something here. An exception not found. Just a missing exception. Read only from namespace. Upgrade logo version for Avalonia. Secure until the exception is resolved. While ensure the Avalon is up to date, better reference the build dialog. Okay, what exactly is the error? No, it's not showing up anymore for some reason. See? Doesn't make sense. Now see if it builds properly. If it builds properly, it's fine. As long as it does so. Yep. I don't know, again, why is it starting here? Oh, wait, I know. It's because I built the regular one, not the bug one. I think. No, wrong location. Come on, boy. You can do it. Fuck me, I forgot that I had these. And these. I remember removing these yesterday. Fuck. Just go. It still opens in the main window. God damn it. Why did I run it previously then? Like, every single time it's gonna run the primary window? Yep. Always runs there. Fun. I wonder if there's like some coding in. No, if there was, it would be in the forms, right? And we're not invoking forms code, so. Oh well, who knows? Alright, so what is the difference between the templated control and the user control? I'm quite sure they can. So there's design, preview it. Oh yeah, we have let's turn preview as well. Templated control. Would it be easier if I just searched for it? Selector, controls. What about some code behind? Yeah, there's a difference. There's a deinitialize container. Oh, I think I'm gonna have to search for it. There it goes. Where is song? Oh, it's Anvil. Anvil is nice, but then it's just low as heck. If you don't need one to control to have the retemplating feature, sure, but what is the retemplating feature? Best suited for creating composite UI sections, views, or pages that are specific to application or particular part of an application. They encapsulate the predefined layout and collection of other controls. Designed for creating generic, lookless controls whose visual appearance can be entirely redefined through control templates. They separate the control's functionality and behavior from its visual representation. A model for, or maybe the view model? Inherits from template control defines properties and events, but is visual structures defined in the separate control templates, often within a team style. It does the layouts then? Is it for layouting instead of just having layouting UI at the same time? It slices the sections, each of the different purposes of such section in Avalonia app would be a standalone user control define the distribution of the controls in the yeah, I understand this. Each part would be a thingy. And this is Blender. Template control has the opposite function. The aforementioned user control defines parts of the interface repeated multiple times throughout the application, allowing customization. Oh, I get it. I understand. These expanders look nearly identical. God damn you, fucking motorcycle. Look nearly identical, presents a situation where you can use template controls. Yeah, I see. It's just like, it creates the... It's basically something that you use for each thing. For example, render each of these items in the list, and then you pass a template control to it, and then it renders in the way of that the template control describes. Although I believe that you could pass a user control as well, but then I think the template control is more specific to this, right? Implement projects, documented toolkits, MVVM. Weird thread control. I don't like MVVM. The slash control is similar to Blender's properties view and described above. Create user control in your favorite IDE using Avalonia templates. Make sure you have Avalonia templates installed. And write a basic structure. Item control, item control, item spanner, and item spanner templates. I got it. And then you pass the templates of the thing, right? Data templates is data type, templates view model. So this is the panel where the items are going to be inside templated. And then this is the place where your template is controlled. And then this is the part where you paste a render whatever the fuck it is in this list using this template. Template is control view model. Yeah, it's basically, I don't know. Expander name, contents, checkbox visible. As you can see, you have 4 variables: expander's name, the content of the expander, value of checkbox, information of the checkbox is visible when displaying the data. I don't exactly like this song. I don't know why. Don't know how to explain it. The models of the controls with functionalities connected to you, but do not have any, or examples, not placed for business logic or stored data used throughout the application. They should be implemented in services and stores respectively. To connect a view model with the view, you have to assign it to the view. So is it an MVVM explanation or a template thingy? I don't get it. You connect view mod with the view, have to assign it to the view's data, context, and code behind. The simple application does follow, but I would not recommend an application. If you do not know why, please read about dependency injection to find out more. I kind of am not a fan of dependency injection as well, but sure. I think I understand the reason. I'm not going to use it for now, but I understand the reason why they exist. So we would use, for example, the user control for the list of processes and the templated control for the for the processes inside of the list. But I'm quite sure they can do it inside of the user control as well. You but can go. All right. So we need to understand how first it looks at the process list. Let's see if there's something. Oh, there's bound to be a bunch of shit in here regarding processes. Process label 97. Shit. It's way too much. Wasn't there an option that allows me to... Can I filter? God damn it. I want it only in this file. That looks weird. And there's like a bunch of things in the corner. So list processes, process context. So strip by process, strip by process, process label, strip view, full process details, restart processes, automatic processing, process context. Is there an option for it? There is. Let me think. The good thing with this chat, instead of just asking for chat GPT or whatever the fuck is that, on this one it has code context. So I can just ask for it, like, hey, where the fuck is this used? No, that one. Fuck me. That specific one is not what I want. Now that I think about it. Should be enough. As a reference to context menu strip control, the Windows Forms components that represents a shortcut menu. Right-click menu can be displayed when the user right-clicks on the control. It's a container that tracks and manages the lifetime of components in the form, ensuring proper cleanup when the form is disposed. So it's not what I thought it would be. It's for when, what is this thing? That is, the context strip is this. It basically is this. So we need to find this area here, the applications part, and the process list. And it's not this, the context thing. Like you would think that it's this one, right? Yeah, 1,000 errors in the corner. Okay, if I understand this properly, this is possibly a method that's passed to something. Possibly the process watcher, right? No, the main window still. So it's the watcher start, I get it. So every single time that there's a process that pops up, it runs through this. If it's not, no. If it is if the process was removed, it removes the item from the list. So indeed, there is this area. So this is how they add it. Perform safely. It removes the thing, it adds the thing. The fuck status label dot text. Language manager data, more options label. Daytime now. Me thinks that, at least on this part, instead of removing the item, we could make the item kind of obsolete. So that it would still be in the list, but it would be isolated to a different portion of the list where there's like hey, these are all the windows that we saw that you opened eventually. And in case you want to configure one of these, you can, instead of just removing straightly. So that as long as the application was open, it would like list some of the processes that were opened, and it can like configure shit even before a process is open. This seems way better than removing it entirely. Well, that's the thing that we're gonna have to do later before we understand properly how this is done. So the important part is the watcher. Watcher starts. So this is very likely to be the process watcher, if I recall correctly. It provides the callback thingy, and then a watcher token to cancel. Task factory, start new, watcher token. Sure. Oh yeah, it starts this one. I get it, gotcha. So it possibly calls the callback from inside of here when it finds something. Or it doesn't. Or maybe it does in here. We'll see. Yeah, it calls the callback. Gotcha. So that's how you do it then. For now, we don't need to bother with how it's done inside of the callback. No, the callback is kind of important. We just need to know how this is used. Main window show. Sheesh, why is this all the way down there? I think I can get the find user just for the thing, right? It's very likely that it's called and passed through. So the watcher is here. Where did he place it? Go to declaration. In the middle of buttfuck nowhere. Down the bottom. Nice. Nice. Fucking dumbass. Before the component initialization, we're not going to bother with the language manager then. And I don't think we should place it inside of the main window. Yeah, it's likely that we'll need some dependency injection for this because it would allow us to make it modular. So that it adds the watcher somewhere else and it's just like whenever it needs it. Right? And that way we could, for example, do... Fuck me, where is it? There's this part here, pause automatic processing. So I could just pause the service as itself, regardless of where it is, because there is a single process thing being run. Ugh, I didn't want to learn some form of dependency injection for what is not ASP.NET. I wonder if there's specific tongue for Avalonia. This could be useful. Oh, don't give me, hey, this is how you can custom do it. I don't want to custom do it. Yep, I'd rather use a package. That's the regular dependency injection from Microsoft. Although I'm curious with these now. Terminal inside the project directory to install the DI package or service collection extensions. This looks a lot like what is used for ASP.NET, and I'm quite sure that it's basically the same fucking thing behind the scenes. And if it is, it's gonna make things easier because I kind of already am familiar with it. So I need to modify the app XAML, XAML, the camel, the Asia, AX. With VML which was registered in the previous step to be resolved by the dependency injection container. The fully realized view model can then be set to the data context of the main window main view. It's not this one, I'm quite sure. Binding, if you use the community toolkit line below is needed to remove Avalonia data validation. Without this line, you will get duplicate validation from both Avalonia and CT. Is it needed? Register all the services needed for the application to run. Go take a look at this. I really don't like MVVM. This whole having to create a bunch of separate sheds in ways that are convoluted, just like, ugh. Well, implementing a notified property change isn't particularly complex. It can become tedious. I have many properties in your view model. Luckily, the .NET Community Toolkit MVVM library offers an even more efficient way to implement this identified property change using its observable object class and the observable project property attribute with the help of source generators. Here's how you can achieve the same results as before by using observable object. Yeah, otherwise I have to do all this fucking on property change. That's just like bullshit. Observable object class implements identify property change, then the observable property attribute is used to indicate that the name is an observable property. The source generator will then generate the necessary boilerplate code behind the scenes, include the properties getting and setter, and automatically call the onProperty change method when the property changes. This makes the implementation cleaner and less error-prone. No shit. The MVVM toolkit provides a range of tools to help simplify the implementation of the MVVM pattern in your .NET application. It could simplify the use of notify property changed. The use of source generators make your code more yasha. Possibly useful, but if in case we use the thing. But I find it funny, but that they don't exactly specify here that there is a which one is the fuck me, you get that? What Like, which one's the package? I dabbled with this in the past, but I never liked it. So pure DI. What is the difference? Pure DI is a compile time, dependency injection, code generator. So if I understand correctly, this is the code you type and this is the generated code, right? The light code generator is designed to produce clean, efficient dependency injecting logic by leveraging basic language constructs. It generates straightforward code is distinguishable from manual implementation. Oh, it is distinguishable because it's generated. Essentially composing objects, like for example, this part here. It lacks a comment saying fuck this. So it's definitely distinguishable. Composing objects through next state construction invocation. Like traditional DI frameworks, pure DI avoids reflection, dynamic instantiation entirely, eliminating performance penalties associated with runtime overhead. That is valid. Compile time invalidation, all analysis of objects, whatever the fuck. You know what? It is interesting, but maybe we're gonna use the default. We're gonna use the default Microsoft implementation, and then we can use it as a baseline, and then later we can implement one of these ones and test and see which one performs better. Or we could just look in here. Fuck me. Dry lock is a fast, small, full feature IOC container for .NET. Designed for low ceremony use, performance extensibility, targets a bunch of shit. NuGet packages, blah, blah, blah. Realistic scenario with the Unity fork scope and object graph of 40 dependencies, 4 levels deep. Code starts, dry lock. This is the Microsoft dependency injection. It has a ratio of 1.24 more. Just 24%. No. Yep. 24% slower, I would say. Is it? Is it correct? But then if you compare with these other ones, it's just like, the fuck's going on with these other ones? And this is in the cold start one. Yeah, I can see the difference. The ratio is pretty much like 100% difference. 100% slower with the Microsoft one. Yeah, sure, it's nice and shit, but how easy is it to use? Let's define simple interface, implementation setup, iService, some service, iService. Clients consume the iService dependency. iClients. iService. For sharper disable unused variable. Me like seeing this. Public class, some clients, iService, some client, iService. Sure, this is the implementation of the clients. To illustrate the idea of dependency injection container, we'll start from the problem. Let's create some client by hand with DI principle in mind. Sure, some client, some service. The manual implementation is hardwired, where, yeah, this is just explain dependency injection. Here goes the DI IOC container. Let's try dry IOC. For some reason, I look at this and I see dry lock instead of dry IOC. Dry IOC. Container, configure types, container, register, clients and clients, or service and service. Public void create clients, container, resolve, assert as instance of some clients. Yeah, there's just testing. Configuration of types is separate from the resolutions that both can be changed independently. Now I have the configured container, the provider of the service instances for our program. Given that container controls the creation of these services, we may logically extend its responsibilities further to control the lifetime as well. Summarizing, the IOC container is a tool to enforce open close principle and to support extensibility and testability of the code. Sure, but then now I have a dependency on the container, right? And how will I access this container from outside the shed? That is the most important part. Nice. Always nice to see. Samples, maybe? SPNet is fine. Installing, creating, disposing container. Nope. The console app could be a simple shit. Although it's gonna be all inside of the same fucking thing, anyway. Builder. Just uses services engine shit. Wait, this is using regular dependency injection, right? Oh, integrates the dry IOC inside of it. Right. Resolve the actual dry IOC container from the services. Feels weird. Create a container. In most cases, all you need is sharp again. Create a container, public void example. Container equals new container. Actually, the above example is equivalent to new container. Rules through the default scope context. So you see, it's possible to additionally specify the rules in the scope context. All right. Are you telling me that regardless of where I call it, I can call the container? And that's it? It just works? I don't know. Ugh. Am I understanding this properly? starting to make sense. Hey, Redman. How am I doing? Going, I guess. Going through the day. I think would be a good, like, a good response. How about you? Just trying to understand. I've dealt with dependency injection in the past, but I wonder if it would be worth to learn this other one here. Because the ones that I did in the past were only related to web development and shit. And then on AESP.NET, it's basically all pre-implemented for you. Single methods, high registrator interface, blah, blah, blah. It's funny how I had the No Man's Sky music on the programming playlist. I don't know why this feels weird. I think it's mainly because the examples are not real life examples. It's just like, hey, you can pass it like this. It's just like, this is not how you use it, really. For example, the whole idea with dependency injection is that you inject somewhere the thing and then you run the other thing somewhere else and it just like works. Over here, it's only the same method, so it doesn't make sense. At least not in my mind. Because, for example, here you register the container, sure, you get the function here, sure. And then you call the container to resolve and get the service. That part I understand. But then should I have the container as a static thing? I would presume so, but then at the same time, like let's say I need to resolve the service from somewhere else. How do I access the container? Here, it's not an issue because the container is all inside the same method. I always had issues with this. I always needed real life examples of things. For example, I never officially learned how to drive, even though I know how to drive, but I don't have like a registration shit. But I always joked that I would be an absolute nightmare for the teacher or whatever the fuck. Because I would bother him constantly. If he just goes, oh, and then you step on this one, this pedal, and then you step on the other one. And it's just like, why? Sure, why? Why do I need to step first on the other one and then can you explain why? And then he wouldn't know because he doesn't need to know that. But I need to in order for me to fucking learn. Ugh. Let me see if I find a real life thingy. Doesn't have much. Actually, as soon as this clicks, it's gonna make a lot of sense. But right now, it's not clicking yet. Even though I used something similar before. I'm just trying to understand how it would work in a bigger picture. I mean, the basics I understand, but it's just. I think I'm thinking at this wrong. I'm approaching it wrong. Because, for example, this one gets the service main view model for the main window, sure. But what about the controls inside of the main window that would need like other things? Are they going to be called automatically? I don't think so. And if they're not, how do I call them? Weird. I think it's starting to click. Let me see. User control. Let's say that the user control would require access to the process watcher. The process watcher would need to be initialized when I request it. Huh. This feels weird. Yep, it seems like it doesn't make sense. I don't want to have everything bundled in a single thing. I want them to be modular. Because later would allow me to add more different things into. So the more modular it is, the better. Like, for example, when I start adding shit like these containers here, if it is modular, I can just like add something to it and I don't need to even change anything else. It will just work. But then how would I do that? Using dependency injection, passing it through the view model, even though the view model seems to be fixed and not dynamic, at least in the way that I'm thinking. Maybe by having things contained? Well, then let's say the process watcher is going to be like a modular part of it. And the borderless thing is going to behave, it's going to work on top of the process watcher. Because it's going to, oh, I see, I see. So I'm going to have to make the process watcher kind of a plugin feature on a main feature of the app. And then the borderless will depend on it to work. So it would be kind of like a plugin that works inside another plugin that uses another plugin. Yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah, so we would build it in a separate way. I think that's the best way to do it. We add the process watcher as a separate plugin kind of thing. And it provides the app the functionality of monitoring processes. And then it provides the information of the processes that is monitored. So the borderless manipulation, the borderless window manipulation would basically just request the information from the process watcher, but it's itself, even though it is dependent on it, wouldn't be a feature of the process watcher. Huh. I think I need to think about this a little more. And I think I'm gonna make a break to eat something. And then in the meantime, I'm gonna think of how to solve this. Yeah. Yeah. Yesterday I did this and it just worked. And it's something that I often say to people that learn programming. If you're struggling with something, stop doing it. Stop doing it, do something else. Preferably sleep and wake up, and then shit just makes sense. But yeah, I'm gonna take a quick break. Should help things. I'll be right back. I think maybe 10, 20 minutes stops, I guess. So that was a considerably long break, but I understand things now. Shit makes sense. I'm just changed back, I guess. And I'm sorry for thank fuck there was apparently no one on YouTube because that would be painful with that music in there. Boy, oh boy. Alright, I know how I'm going to do stuff now. Fucking work, mouse. God damn it. Ugh, this is so painful. Like, this is a new mouse, dude. Although we paid a very small amount of money for it, but still, it's a new mouse. Should work. This Chinese, like, garbage. So the whole idea is I'm going to separate things into core modules and plugins. The process watcher is going to be a core module. It's going to be there, and if you turn it on, it provides the functionality. Which is like it's a thing that keeps monitoring processes and delivering information to whatever the fuck subscribes to it. So the board listing, and afterwards the container thing is going to be like a plugin that uses the information inside of the process watcher. So I think we'll also need another module. So this doesn't need to be called logic. It will be called module. Fuck me, I forgot that it is better to just rename it. I didn't rename the file. So the module is going to provide the functionality to do stuff. God damn it. Headphones failing as well. Everything's failing. Although I've yet to think of a proper interface in order to connect the modules and shits. Yeah, for now, let's not think too much about that. So this will kind of serve like a view model, but not really. Right? Let me think. So the main window just initializes the process watcher. And if I recall correctly, our version of the process watcher has our version doesn't need the form thing, which is a benefit. It can just start by itself. But right now I'm thinking if I should place like public static class module in this class, because the whole idea is like placing a main static class that this separates like the whole feature, and then things inside of it that isolates the behavior and shit like that. In that manner, we're not accessing directly the process watcher. But then as I think this, nope, the fuck did I click? I'm supposed to be learning. I'm supposed to be learning Avalonia not doing this shit. So for now, let's do like the most basic, whatever the fuck that works. So if our calling needs containers or whatever the fuck, now this is just going to call whatever in here. And I don't know what exactly are the classes that provides layouts for Avalonia. Why the fuck does this thing keep thinking that I'm a robot? Mind you, this only happens on this browser for some reason. That's not a car, that's a bus. Although technically a car, but thankfully I'm not a robot. Dogs. Avalonia, Kia graphics engine, the core, and the menu for some of these things. Okay. If I understand it correctly, the only difference is that the graphics API eventually passes to the user rendering, regardless. I'm going to start install. We did that one. Doesn't seem to require extra processes. But in support for Avalanche SAML, first class support for Avalanche specific SAML features, custom code inspections. Now that's providers free for individuals is strongly recommended as the primary IDE for Avalanche development, especially for developers, blah blah blah. Most complete polished development is experienced for Avalonia with built-in features including completion navigation, code analysis, comprehensive debugging tools, and built-in performance profiling. Although it doesn't provide a preview, but I believe that this one, yeah, it adds the templates and the preview. Which is already installed, mind you. This is now how it shows up. The window will be drawn, the target platform with 4 layout sounds margin. It's basic as like HTML. The main window content, side the window content is a text block. There's not. XML tag, this represents the text block control which draws text to the screen. The text property of the text block is bound to the greasing property of the main view module. Yeah, it's not. Then maybe that's why I see this the center thing. I get it now. That's why it doesn't show like that, because it's not. You can change the text in the file, main view. This is why I don't like view models. Main window view model to see the change reflected in the user interface. Yeah, there's the community toolkit, whatever the fuck that I had to install, right? Did I? Yep. Choose RID, when I was RID extension installed, such as random, blah, blah, blah. There's the code fucking thing. Yeah, and there's the preview. This only sets the data context for the previewing on IDE. To set the actual data context for runtime, set the data context property in code. Look at app.xml.cs. I got it. Just changes to a button. Sure. Yep, there is the layouts in there. Next one. It's part to understand. Avalonia provides a range of boosting controls to help layouts of visual elements of an application. On this page, we'll see how to use some of these layout controls. At this stage, your application has a single button located in the content zone of the main window. In fact, an Avalonia window allows only one control in its content zone. Yeah, because that's how it's supposed to be. The thing is just you just place a layout in that as that control, and shit, you lay out other things inside of it. You must use a layout control that allows multiple controls in its content zone. Stack panel makes sense. Text block. It's just text. Are you not going to give better examples of other layouts? Sure. Input controls, like for example, I'm quite sure here uses a grid or something like that, right? Yep, there is grid. See? Would have been a good moment. Like this explains create layout using the grid. Yeah, and the input controls. Great. Amazing. Design preview. Respond to an event. Code behind, blah, blah, blah. Initialize components. Partial class, sure. We meshes with that one. So add an event handler for the button. Follow this procedure. Locate the main window. Construct the code behind fast. See about instructions. After constructor, add the following code. So it's just a method to do the button on click. But then oh, I see. The difference is that you just reference in there. Yeah, I got it. Got it. Although I don't like the fact that it's just text that behaves as a reference. Don't like when things are done like that. It is fickle. Code with controls. Control values and code behind. Yeah, you name the thing and then you get the same value from behind it. Yeah, it makes absolute sense. Set control values and code behind. And that is the way you can just change things and edit things, and then you just do it all in code instead of having a view module. As far as I know. Migrate from the WPF, don't care. Stay up to date, no basics, no user interface. XAML. Sure. XAML namespace, declaration of Avalonia UI itself, the required data to follow not be recognized Avalonia XAML documents. This is the declaration for the language namespace. This is an extension of the above declaration for X that tells the XAML compiler where to find the associated class for this file. The class is defined and code behind file, usually written C#. Control elements. Sure. Attributes. It's not that complex, basically similar to HTML as usual. Content, data binding. You will often use the Avalonia UI binding system to link a control property to underlying object. The link is declared using the binding markup extension. I really don't like how these things work. Like, if there is no like proper codes mentioning here, it's gonna feel like ass. Code behind, I know, XML namespaces. In common with any XML formats in Avalonia XAML files, you can declare namespaces. Just load the XML processor. Oh, I understand now why it's AXAML. It's Avalonia XAML. XAML. We added the XAML. Well, let's edit the XAML. We can declare namespaces, allow the XML process define the definition of the elements of the file. We can add the namespaces and the blah blah attributes. The format of a namespace declaration is as follows. Blah blah. It's a standard practice to define the namespace we're going to use in the root elements. Use only one namespace and file can be defined without using the as part of the attribute name, which is like the rest of the thing after the I forgot the name of this fucking thing. The alias must always be unique within a file. It's just missing here. definition part of namespace. The query can either be an URL or a code definition, but these are used to locate the definition of the elements in the file. And mind you, I absolutely hate when it's URLs. That indicates that, well, you can't basically code properly or even compile if there is no connection. Fucking despise it. This, way better. Adds the tongue in there. Code behind, I know that one. Controls. Crazy controls, no. Layouts. Margin padding, sure. Stack panel. Man, what is the name of, there is a, for ASP.NET, there's a theme for it. It's like a material based, right? Right? Correctly, Thomas. What is the name of it? Sure, let's open whatever and just see. For templates and themes. Which one was it? It's not material. Nope. Are you seriously not gonna show anything related to what is? The fuck, man. These days. These fucking days. Ugh. I'm not gonna get search anymore. Well, I recall using that to look at all the information for the thing, and it doesn't seem like there is one in here. I could just wish to open a thing and just, hey, these are all the controls. It's just this. Yeah, it's this. It's inside of who knows what. And it's not even separated by a proper understanding of the thing or their usage. It's just the thing. It's just the whatever. Say it's by alphabetical or fucking. Heck yeah, for spaghetti codes in the what? Because it inspires me to consider dev stuff is just reading shit on Discord. Dev stuff, again, I'm gonna make a server more programs or spaghetti code to make my life and anyone else's life much harder. Automatically gives you Italian citizenship. Haha, hee, funny man. So, goddammit, wrong monitor. Border. Control, it's the border. So, prism canvas? Yep. Displays shouts controls at specified positions given its coordinates. Oh, I see. So the canvas is basically you specify where you want things to be drawn, right? So there's the canvas. I found this so weird. Canvas.left. But it's applied inside of the tongue in here. It's just like, ugh, this is hideous. Absolutely hideous. Because sure, you are basically changing the thing for its position inside the canvas, but then you're applying it inside of the element itself. Just feels weird. I mean, thinking about it, that's how you kind of apply it. It's in HTML as well, but then you apply it inside of this style thing. So you don't reference that it's in the canvas. So for example, let's say that I want to remove this rectangle here and that I want to place it somewhere else. We'll have to remove the rectangle, and then sure, these canvas properties are not going to be applied, but it's something I will have to change, and now I have two different things. But yeah, very rarely we're going to use the canvas. Carousel as an items collection and displays each item as a page in sequence that it fills the control. You can use the carousel to create a slideshow. Yeah, it's like I thought it would be. Checkbox not going to be. Combo content control. Great, at its simplest, the content control displays the data assigned to its content property. Great. Content templates. Kind of is a layout thing, but it's weird. I guess. A layout that does no layout, I guess. Or just an option to have a contents thing that has nothing around it. But just like the basics of the most basic element possible, I think. Data grids. Space, repeating data in a customizable grid. The contour can be styled, templated, and bound. This will be bound to an observable collection of view model that can be found in related data context. Oh, I see. It's basically creates a spreadsheet table looking thing. Decorator? Decorator. As a base decorator class will decorate a single child control. That's kind of very expensive. Dock panel control ranges its child controls along specified docking edges, top, bottom, left, and right, with the last child filling any remaining space. The dock panel can maintain the child controls dimension that is parallel to the docking edge so that the child fills all the available space along the docking edge. For example, if the docking edge on the child control is defined as top and it has a height defined but no width, it will draw like this. Understandable. So is this literally what we use to create docks and shit? Because for the name, it makes sense. Header area, I see. This you click and then you get bigger. Yeah. Clients. Dismissible containers that can be attached to some classes of host control or flyouts. Oh, this is just the explanation thingy that appears there. Yep. So you place inside whatever object it is to give like notifications and shit, information, whatever. Grid is quite clear. It's a grid. You define the amounts of rows and columns, and it just works. And then you just like go, hey, you print your shit in here. You print your shit in here, and then that's it. It's quite self-descriptive as well. The basis for controls that display repeating data like the list box, for example, has no built-in formats in your interactions, but you can use it with data binding, installing, and data templates to create a completely custom repeating data control. I'm gonna presume that the items control is something similar to the content control, in which like it's the basics of the basics for control display layouts thingy. Fucking good, man. Looks like the same. Oh, and it has a layouts template and a data template. I got it. Sure. Layout controls allow to use UI composition to arrange your UI in a variety of ways. Some allow just one-shot control, while others have... Oh, I see now. So these are the layout things. Why is it displayed as a member of... God damn it. Dock panel, expander grid, grid splitter panel allows multiple child controls displayed in sequence. Layout calculated by child size and alignments. The pen is the most basic controller that can contain multiple child controllers. Child controllers are drawn according to their horizontal and vertical alignment properties and the sequence that appear in the XAML. So there's red, height, vertical alignment, top, horizontal. So the red one is in the top, blue on the side, the right side, bottom on green, and yellow on the left. So the left one is brown on top. Looky here, this is different. No, it is still the same for me. I'm just blind, I guess. And snaps properly working. And why is it different in here though? Because over here the thing is applied and over there it's not, even though the way it works is by... That's fucking weird, man. I don't get it. Relative panel. It's basically the same thing. Allows you to arrange its child controls by specifying the position relative to other. Oh, I see. Or in relation to the panel itself. This is an error to give the value of relative position property as the name of the child control itself. That would be a circular reference. There's something wrong if the thing that you have like has two danger things in one warning. Relative panel right of red rect. Oh, I see. So the blue rect is relative to the right of this one. And then the green rect is relative below the red rect, so it places it here. And it aligns with the red rect, so it's on the corner. Aligns the left and aligns the right with the blue rects in there. That's interesting. Weird, but interesting. Like this one align left with blue rects, so it aligns that corner in there. And that's why he's here. Align right with panel. True. And align bottom with panel. Oh, I see. If you place it the panel and set it to true, it just expands up to the size of the panel. Gotcha. The scroll bar doesn't seem like there's gonna be that much explanation on it, right? And it's quite clear what it is. Yep. Scroll viewer. I wonder if there's like implementations of these. Oh, I see. It's just a viewer with the scroll. And gotcha. Split view. Stack panel, I think we saw it. Split view. Yeah, it's basically just one side, the other side. But, is this the dock? Presents a container with two parts, the main content zone and a side pane. The main content zone is always visible. The pane can be, yeah, this is the dock panel to the side. The pane can be expanded and collapsed. The collapsed pane can be completely hidden or left slightly open with enough space to host some Michael's buttons, for example. Yep, this is basically the docking behavior thingy. Over here, like for example, if there's a button, it could be pushed to the left instead of like one here to the right. Although I don't like the name split view. It implies something else. Stack panel, understandable. Wait a second. There is an orientation. Yeah, that's the direction of the stack. Great. I was wondering because a stack implies there's just one on top of each other, but then horizontal you wouldn't call a stack. Like a stack, like for example, let's say you hear a stack of books. You'll automatically think, well, it's a bunch of books one on top of each other. You wouldn't expect the books to be like lined up one to the other, like in a bookshelf. It's literally do this. So, like I said, stack of books. I don't see a single one that is sideways. Besides the ones that over here it considers it being stack of books. Don't agree with you. This, I would agree. Stack of books. This, not a stack of books. This, stack of books. That one behind there, not a stack of books. this can kind of be considered a stack of books, because in a way it's just like placed right beside of it, and there is a literal stack of books, and you, in a way, you are describing the whole of the books as a stack. It would be better described as a pile of books or whatever the fuck. Over here, kind of the same. Yep. Autism. So the stack has an orientation thingy. Last three ones. Tab control allows it to subdivide the view into tab items. So it gets the header. The simple tab example, the tab contains just some text. So each tab item is a separation of the thing, and whatever is inside of the tab item is the content inside of the tabs. Gotcha. Uniform grids divides the available space evenly in both directions into cells. You can specify how many divisions to use, and these can be different in either direction. So I would say that this seems to be, so the numerical rows and the heights. No, this is basically a grid that just like, you don't have to predefine the number of spaces, I presume. Or just predefine the size of the grid, and then it just fills them equally. Divides the available space evenly in both directions into cells. You can specify how many divisions to use, and these can be different in either direction. So it seems like you don't have control over the sizes. Like, for example, have two equal and one separate. That one would be, to achieve that, you would have to use the regular grids thing. The wrap panel uses the default arrangement of multiple child elements in a sequence from left to right. While they fit in the width, it starts a new line when there's no space left, including any margins and borders. When the orientation property is set to vertical, the arrangement is top to bottom, and the new column started when there's no more height remaining. Did I understand correctly? Uses the default arrangement of multiple child elements. Wait, what? Uses the default arrangement of child elements is in sequence. This is wrong. In child elements in sequence from left to right. Okay. While they fit in the widths. All right. It starts a little line and there's no space left, including any. Oh, I gotcha. These are all part of the same panel. If you increase the window towards there, these would pop up there. Gotcha. So if you increase the margins, spaces, and shit, it just auto aligns. I get it. It's just a dynamic thingy, dynamic wrapping panel. So as for all of those, I think the best idea would be using the grids, because at least in the start, we're gonna try to look as close as possible to the old borderless gaming thing. But like, let me remind you, what I want for the beginning is just something that works. And having something that is exactly like, as close as possible to the original will allow me to compare things better. Damn it. Over here, let's see, Suki UI, let's see if there's like different things in there. Compared with, oh yeah, there were more things below, right? The layout controls, layout transform control. Why is this not in the layouts thingy? Can dynamically transform a UI layouts completely within a view. I don't know, I think you place this and then inside you place the layouts that you want, and then you just like change things in there and then it just works, I guess. It just applies to the layout inside of it, I think. It's just kind of a reference, it seems. List box, that would be useful as well. This box displays items from an item source collection and multiple lines and allows individual or multiple selection. The items in the list can be composed, bound, and templated. This is what we're going to use, very likely. What are we going to use for the list of the processes? Masked text box, menu controls. Allow you to add menus now. I mean, we're gonna have to use it, but not this one. Adds menu structure to an application. We will usually place a menu at the top edge of a dock panel control so that it's drawn at the top of a window. Wait, what? You usually place a menu at the top edge of a dock panel control so that it is drawn at the top of a window. Window, dock panel. Oh, I see. The dock panel is kind of... I gotcha. The dock panel is what's supposed to be the menu bar at the top. Understood. We could maybe start with that, but... let me see. Wait a sec, let me just run the original one. It's better to run this one because it doesn't affect the ones that I have. Oh, come on, not this again. Fuck me, is it in the logic? Fuck off, although I think this might influence in the way some things work in there, but sure. Right? Huh. I don't know. Oh, come on. Oh, in the app as well. Didn't I change these yesterday? Oh, I see. If I change some of these things, I'm gonna have problems. Okay, are these values now existent in... Yep. And the thing itself, I presume, here. Although I don't get it. If I'm setting things, for example, assembly title. Yeah, it's in here. So if I'm setting things here, what is the problem with this one overriding? I would expect that if I have a file inside of the thing, it should override, right? It shouldn't like complain, just like we have duplicated values, no one overriding it. Let's see if I understand better this error so that it makes more sense. Let's just throw this directly into fucking the browser and then just, I don't know, maybe there's an attribute thingy that I can place in there that just marks, hey, overrides the whatever is in here with the other tongues. Sorry for Visual 2017, I was just to keep using the assembly info.cs files is to turn off automatic. Oh, that is the problem then. Automatic assembly info generation like this. That is the issue then. Personally find it very useful projects which need to support both .NET framework and .NET standard. But it could generate the other issues like directory boot props file. Why is it not default? Provide assembly information separately to provide inversion in the cause duplications. The project also has that into info in the assembly info. So remove the file and it should work. Build processes of already existing assembly version instead of creating a new entry. Yeah, I know there are build processes on Atlantic for .NET assembly. The better way would be to use version injection method. That's a separate story. Remove what exactly? Remove the assembly file. Info.cs fixed my issue. Did it? I voted for this answer, blah, blah, blah. In my case, the recipe folder and project was a project folder itself, file system, blah, 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 blah. You can return all the project to .NET Core. Most of the information that was in the assembly info can now be set on the project itself. Yeah, I get it. Open the project properties and select the package tab to see the new settings. Duplicate system reflection assembly company, blah, blah. Scraps the option. Remove the conflicting items from the assembly info. Completely delete the file or disable generate assembly info suggested. Yeah. I don't know. Let's disable the thing, I guess. Because the info is provided in there, so. Although I wonder what happens with other info. Oh, the thing is not even present here. Can I just add the thing? Whoa, 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 whoa. Shouldn't it be there? Oh, it's generates assembly info, that's why it's not disabled. It's funny how the thing even starts it auto-complete here. No, this is not this one. Why did it fail? I fucking hate when this happens. And it doesn't even have the thing open anymore, does it? It's this one. Just doing that fucked things up. They fucked things up temporarily for some reason. Oh, come on. I was now complaining the logic parts. It's because I removed the logic parts. Ugh. So I also do the same fucking shit in here. Just to be absolutely sure, I'm gonna copy exactly the same fucking thing. There we go, now we do a reload. And it should stop complaining in my ears. What? I was gonna wonder, why did it open the thing? It's because it's has to open it. I forgot that I used it to test. That's one of the reasons why I used this one to test instead of other ones. So, you know what, let me just do this. Oh, no, where's my tongue? Oh, god damn it, when I do this, it just deletes the thing entirely. Oh, fuck me, really? It doesn't matter, I guess. Other screen, you dumbass. I'm gonna replicate this as close as possible. It shouldn't be hard. No. Oh, my mouse, man. God damn it, just bought a fucking new mouse. This shouldn't be happening. I bought a mouse specifically because the previous one was being a pain in the arse. And then this one is being a pain in the arse now. God damn it. Alright. So, this, whatever the fuck is on. This is, this. Hmm. For now, you're gonna, at least for now, you're gonna, no. It's gonna feel weird. GSF.ui instead of UI. controls. Makes more sense. Even though I'm not gonna keep like this. It's just because I need some organization in the beginning. I'm gonna use a user control. Top menu. Should be enough, I presume. So what was it? It was the menu, whatever the fuck, right? Just basically you set menu items and that's it. It's a menu and the menu items inside, sure. Set it as top. Gotcha. So I hate how it's got user control here and not the name top menu. Feels weird. So over here we get the dock menu. We do this. Top menu. No. Fuck me. It should detect, right? Why is it not detecting? So we needed. Oh, I see. There's specificities to these as well. All right. Goddamn motorcycle outside. Let me just do this now that the thing is. So I need to open and close. Yep, that works. Kinda like I expected to. So now the way you do this is by over here. We add a menu thingy. Wait a second. Will I need to add Suki UI to every single one of these? Like I do here? If yes, fuck this, and this is just like nonsense. Okay, I'm quite sure that if you just build, it's just not gonna complain. Yep, there it goes. Stupidity of the code behind. For who knows what reason. I forgot I was looking at the Suki UI. I was gonna look at the Suki UI thingy. Why am I not so familiar with the song? It's in the list there. Presume it's gonna get better then. Okay, there's the installation, launch, it's simple. We did these main window and shit. The theme, this is just to access the theme, lights, sure. Yeah, even here you can see those bands in the background. I don't like them. It feels odd. Maybe I'm gonna use the flat version. Yeah, I recognize now. So these the styles. Change the style to one of the defaults is done. Oh, how's it going again, Redman? So I have to show up again. Change the style to one of the defaults is done via background style available out of the box. Background style available out of the box are gradient, flat, and bubble. It's possible wherever to use custom shaders written in SKSL. No thanks. For a regular application to have just custom shaders, just like bonkers. Just for rendering a menu. What the fuck is wrong with you? Gradient, flat, and bubble. Suki side menus, the main navigation control used in Suki UI, similar to navigation view in other libraries, alright. I'm mad because I'm so inconsistent at chess. One game I play like a 2000 elo, the next time playing like a 300. Oh boy, that's one of the reasons why I don't play competitive FPS games. But the main difference is that one moment I'm playing like I would be a 300, and then next time I'm playing like I would be a 300 again, so. AKA being bad at things. Stack page simply remembers everything's content property set to up to the limits. Weird, so it keeps like adding things. Tab control. Oh, I see. It just shows the things and they can organize where exactly the tab name shows up. I gotcha. Understood. Glass card, so it's the default tongue for elements. Alright, settings, layouts. I wonder why they didn't show this one with a thing. Suki window, the default thingy, background style. Oh, I'm gonna change that. I don't like the grade. I think it's the gradient one that looks weird. Or is it the bubble one? No, it's the bubble one. So I'm gonna use the gradient or the flat one. The bubble just looks eh. So where the window was around here, right? I'm not gonna place before the thing, so you're gonna place it in later here with the background style. I think it was set as bubble, but let's make things sure. They're not bad. You have room for improvement. That's a way. That is a way of seeing things. That's certainly a point of God fucking damn it, mouse cooperate. Oh fuck me. But this is the bubble one. I don't like because I don't like those bands in there. It's not smooth, so it fucks up my brain. Wait a second. Could it be? Let me just see something. Could it be this because of my monitor? There's no way, right? Because the other one was in the virtual monitor. Kind of. Maybe the contrast on this monitor is way higher, and then it shows the bands. But on my smaller monitor, barely, you can barely see it. Regardless, I don't like it. Just the gradient one. But there's gradient darker and gradient softs. Oh, this song, man. Brings back memories. Yeah, this one's a little bit better. It's still... I can still see some bands, but not as much as the previous one. Nope, there's this soft one. It suffers from the same issue as the other one. I can see the bands. Which makes me wonder, what's the difference between the gradient one and the... Goddamn, it's in there. Between the gradient one and the bubble one, if both have the bands. Is it the bubble... Its only difference being the colors? Yep, it's basically the same thing, but darker. As for flats... What the fuck, man? Flat somehow is worse. This is odd as balls. When I look in here, I see flat colors. That's odd. Very, very odd. So apparently gradients seems to provide the most pleasant thing. And now we just... goddamn, I forgot I was looking at the tongues. The window tongues. Started to hate the Suki UI already. Stock controls often ask banner. This provides support for the docking thingy. Buttons, sure. Drop that button, toggle switch, toggle button. Slider, control box, numeric up down, text box, checkbox, radio button, context menu, autocomplete, date and time, progress, data presentation, data presentation. I don't 100% like this, but I don't 100% hate it as well. No, I was pondering between Shad's UI and Suki UI. But since Suki's been weird, I'm wondering now. Inspired by Shad UI and Suki UI. Okay, if it is inspired by this, where is documentation? Shad UI includes a growing set of essential controls inspired by this. Yeah, sure. But is it all of the ones there? Don't go just, oh, it's inspiring that. Yeah, sure, but which ones? Yep. There's nothing. So this is inspired by whatever the fuck it is in here. But is it all that is in here? This is not Shad CN, this is Outcome Tech. But yeah, I wish I was better at competitive games. Sure, you only get better at it by practicing it, but just my ADHD and autism doesn't help. I still don't get it. What the fuck is this trying to do? Let's get started. It's weird. It's also, when I read this, it's almost like they're trying to fool me in some way. It's like someone is trying to swindle me. So it's available through JavaScript. Another one that presents things in a weird ass manner. What is the thing with like having bands and gradient shit that doesn't behave properly? There's no way that it's just my monitor. Oh, why is this one lagging? I wonder why. It opens a dialog. Look at that tongue. Yeah, for the time being, let's keep Suki one. With a bar, file picker, it seems to show more things, but not limits. Like there's extra options and possibly support for the regular ones. I think. I mean, we'll see. So just like add a menu item here. But I'm quite sure that if I really, really used to use a Suki UI thing in here, I will have to incorporate the thing, right? Yeah, it doesn't call it. Weird. I hate having to do things like that. I want autocomplete to the fullest. I mean, that is the name of the tongue. No, we just apply the tongue. I see. Will it work though? I think it would, because if I understand correctly, it just loads one thing inside the other, right? So I need to do the dock panel dock. But this one, Why is it not auto-completing? Fuck, I know why. Because it needs to be done in here. Because only here has the tongue in there. We'll presume that it works. There's no need for a header for that one, so that puts a menu item, and it's gonna be the main one, and menu items inside of it, and it's gonna be those as well. So there's separators, gotcha. So let me get the image back. Not this one. Oi. Switch. Fuck me. Fucking despise the Windows Photos bullshit. It was so good back in the day, now it just looks like ass. Even, and that, if it works. No, I want to see the photo. The screenshots. Just a second in case shit goes sideways. Never know. There. There we go. Should be fine now. Where is here? Why is it weirdly named? Fuck me. Alright. The menu item header. I presume we just execute with the command. Alright. So I had a menu item header. Fuck me. Why did we remove the thing? It wasn't selected. Dumbass. Header. Options. And I was gonna say that we could close, but nope, it needs to be another one in here. Menu item. Header. Run, which is a bad idea because it would be better to use this one can be closed because there's not going to be anything inside of it. Menu item. No. Header. Select language, even though we're not going to have language for now. And this one needs to be open because it would have options and size. Let's just like place one just because. Just so that we have an option. Are you gonna autocomplete for me? Nope. Dumbass. English. What's that? English. Alright, so now we go underneath this one. Nope. Although I could do just this and then more easily just do this. Check for updates. And then over here it's a separator. It should close. Menu item. Use global. It's not like that. I'm gonna kind of regret this in the future. I think this is enough, I guess. Use global hotkey. No, there's space in between. And plus F6. I almost pressed F6 for no reason. Should be enough. On that one at least. And I'm gonna add another menu item here because we need other options on the side. Header was those. This one we'll keep. We're gonna place at least one option. We just switch to the other screen. No. I just placed things wrongly. Header was automatic processing. So I can close. I wonder though, which other, yep. Auto scroll, background. It's gonna make its border thickness bounce, clip commands. Context menu, fly out. Insert the context menu. Yeah, this is a separate corner radius, cursor. I wonder if I can make it like a checkbox looking thingy. Data templates, desired size. I think if there is no option for this, I know how to do it. Display member binding, effect, flow direction, flexible, flex adorner, fonts, foregrounds, group name. What's the group name? This is specific to the menu item as well. Odd. Header presenter, height, hotkey icon. Would be nice to have a hotkey. And it possibly shows underneath or whatever the fuck, or under the right side. This one is checked. Yep. This is gonna be the thing that we're gonna use in certain menus. Good to know that it's there. We don't have to force it into existence. Now another one. Menu item. Header. Hub. And which ones was inside of the hub? At least one. Users guide should be enough. Nope. Usage. No. God damn it. Guys, yep. So, as far as I know, this should work, right? See how it's way clearer. Like, there's here, dock menu, top menu on the top. And you look into the top menu, and here it's described. Although, sure, there's better ways to describe this than the way I did in here. But for now, that's how it's gonna be. But it's miles ahead clearer than whatever the fuck was being done on the regular one. Come on. Oh, it looks hideous. It is way the fuck down here because there is no content inside of the thing. But the options are here, so. Although I don't like this. For example, I click here. I want it to open tools as well when I just move the mouse around, and it doesn't. But the options are all there. There's the separator thingies. It kind of works like I wanted to. Not like I wanted to, like I expected it to. It's different. Let me just add whatever down here. I think we're gonna use a stack panel, right? Yep. Stack panel with an orientation horizontal, right? Why are you complaining? Is it because there's a dock panel separate in there? Panel, no. Property content set more than once. Ends? Oh, fuck me. So I should set a stack panel inside a stack panel, I think. So the dock panel counts, is not a property. Oh my god, it's not. I thought this was a property of the window. Like an element of the window itself and not a separate thing. But no, apparently dock panel is something entirely different. So this by itself wouldn't work like this. At least not in this menu. So dock panel should be here. Child controls long specify docking edges. Yep. Can optional. God damn it. You can optionally define dimensionless parallels to docking edge. In this case, the child will be drawn according to the alignment setting in the same direction. For example, a child with defined width docked to the top edge will obey its horizontal alignment property. Child controls the docking the sequence. Yep, we got it. So we're gonna do it like this. That's why it was stretched out. Gonna to another stack panel. I'm gonna do like. We're gonna do. God fucking damn it, mouse. What is wrong with you? Gonna do like this, and it should work. Let me just do this. Oh, it doesn't automatically. Oh, fucking. It doesn't automatically align things. It's looking hideous. And why is he using spaces? Fuck me, he should use tabs. No, Enable editor config. Wait a second. Configure indents for XML. Not spaces, tabs, like a human being. Then we enable the editor config, and then we performance including lab the file itself. Should align everything. So that would make me think that it would use the prop. Yep, now it works. Like just does the thing. Although I still don't like that if I keep moving the mouse, it doesn't fucking do. There is possibly a property in here that defines that. I would expect it to be no. Focus adorner. No. I would expect it to be a property of the menu element itself. Tab navigation, visible. The fuck? That is weird. Doesn't seem like there's anything related to it. Nope. Form, origin, resources, styles. How the fuck would I even search for that, for example? Yep. There's no option for it. For now, it's gonna be like that. Despise it. Having to re-click. Like, what a nightmare. I wish it opened on the other screen instead of the primer one. Like having to click and then, oh, it's even like 2 clicks. That fucks me severely. There's no way that this should be like this. Where's the menu option? Here, menu. Header. Position the menu on the top edge of a dock panel. We'll probably use these properties most often. Menu item, header, input gesture. Maybe it's the menu item. No, it wouldn't. Menu item caption, display key shortcuts. Separator, no. When you dock to the top edge of a screen. Oh, please move. Oh, it works in here. In here it works. Like he selects one and then the other one works. Like he places, like in the beginning, he clicks in file, goes down, it works. And then goes up, it works. Is that a problem with Suki UI? By any chance? Suki side menu, header and expand button inline. Nope. Maybe it's this one. Hi, Abaddis. The 2.0 version. What happened with the 1.0 version? Where is him? Him, her, they, or like whatever. Regardless of gender. It's maybe. Should disable animation. The Suki side menu with use the search function to see if this feature has. Oh, this is just like the regular thing. When in it with is menu expanded force does not show first icon. Don't think it's gonna be this one, but I'm gonna read it regardless. Is this a No Man's Sky gameplay? Oh, I see you are in YouTube. Yeah, for some reason YouTube might be showing No Man's Sky instead of because God damn it, I streamed No Man's Sky yesterday, like at night. I'm going to again today, but in between I was like streaming, programming, and other random nonsense. And for some reason, even though in the category inside of the streaming thing, it is showing right now science and technology. For some reason, it must be showing like because what is the name? No Man's Sky. Oh, sorry for disturbing, but no worries, man. But I'm going to later if you want to, like either on here or on Twitch as well. In one of those, there will be an MSK stream eventually. Today, more specifically. Just a little later, I think in some like 5 hours, I guess. Right now it's 19 p.m. It will be around 11:30. No, it's 23 a.m. No, p.m. God damn it, fucking numbers. Just noticed the name of the GitHub user. Pretty sure they're friends. Kiki Poulet. Poulet? Kiki Poulet. Could it be? God damn it, I'm clicking the wrong thing. Oh, he Belgian. Well, I mean Kiki Chicken. So he's from Belgium. But he might be what is the name? He might be French, but he lives in Belgium or whatever. What is the string about though? Oh, if you are a gamer, you might be familiar with this application, Borderless Gaming. The whole idea of the thing is that there are 2 applications for this. Half of Belgian, speak French. That explains it. I didn't know that one. So this application, Borderless Gaming, the developer is selling the application on Steam. No problem with that. Thing is, he used to have this application, which is Borderless Game as well, which is the free version that is on GitHub as well. You can download it, open source bullshit and shit. So the whole thing is that he started and he created a what's the name? He created he just like improved the software, like it's considerably different now, and then he's selling it on Steam, which is not exactly a bad thing, mind you. It's his software. If he wants to sell an upgraded version, sure. Thing is, he started selling DLC for dark mode. And there's also the fact that he's not going to upgrade the older version anymore. And the older version not only is not going to be upgraded with the new interface and whatever the fuck, it's not going to be upgraded at all with any improvements or whatever. So he abandoned the old one, which is you can kind of still download in a way. And he created this new one and now he's charging for dark mode on the application, which is like bonkers. So the whole idea of the string is that since the code was open source, I just grabbed it and I'm going to do basically the same application and just release it for free. And that's the whole idea of the string. That's the whole idea behind it. The only thing is that I need to learn first some of these tongues. I do know programming though. I do understand C# and I wouldn't say that I'm a proficient programmer, but I know enough. I mean, there's been like around 10 years that I've been dabbling with C# left and right. I just don't know UI that much. Most of the time I was using things that had UI by itself. It was just like, hey, summon the UI, and then it just was there. Can I download for free? Well, the original one, you can. The one that I'm going to make and I'm going to eventually place on GitHub as well. So it will be for free. Maybe in the future, if I can, I might place it on Steam as well, but also for free, just out of spite. Would I have a career if I learn Python from the internet? Well, that depends. That depends on what kind of career you would want to. But you could. Nothing, it wouldn't, the fact that you learn programming regardless of where from would make you a programmer. It doesn't matter if you have a certificate or anything, it just maybe you wouldn't make you an easily employable programmer, but it would make you a programmer regardless. Well, Python is guys, I like it more than Java and C. Man, look into C#. C# is interesting. Python works. Well, there's like a good deal of problems inside of it that I wouldn't recommend for it to be the first language for someone to learn. That's why. C# is, this code specifically not clear. And most of the examples in here are just from the old code base, which is a nightmare of a mess that I need to clean up eventually. But there's something called type safety in programming languages, and Python doesn't have it. And it's problematic when you're starting to learn, because, for example, if in Python you can do something like this. You can declare a variable that is called, let's say, text. And then you decide you place a number. Fuck it. It works. In here, kind of works, because in here it does some magic with the word var. But because in here it converts like, look at this. It's public read-only struct int32. So if I change it to text, it does internal magic to make this one behave as a string, which is the thing that stores text. On Python and languages that don't have type safety, this doesn't work. So if you see like randomly a variable called text in the middle of nowhere, there is kind of no way for you to know what the fuck is inside of that. You need to kind of parse it and do a bunch of bullshit. I thought you need to learn C or C++ to understand C#. Nope, C# is an entirely separate language. C, if you know C, you kind of know most of C++. If you know C++, it's very likely that you understand C, but not 100%. And if you know C#, it will be similar to you learning Java, but I would call C# Java that works. Yep, that is a good description. C# is the Java that works. If it is to land a job, learn COBOL. There's a guarantee, like, if you learn COBOL, you'll literally have a job on the next day. I'm quite sure about that. As soon as you finish, you read the last line, the last dot on the COBOL book, like a bank will enter in contact with you and just say, well, we are hiring. Is it bad to learn C and Python at the same time? Oh boy, those are two, like C is considerably hard to use. It's simple to do simple stuff on it, but anything that is more complex on it is just a nightmare. Python is easy to use and learn as well, but it doesn't perform as well. And most of the time, at least, I mean, I'm not the only one that considers Python to be a language that is mostly used to connect other things rather than program things on itself. Because, for example, in Python, if you want to do something that needs to perform well, you import a C# library into it, and then you call the C++ library to do whatever the fuck you want. You don't do calculations and like processing and whatever the fuck inside Python itself, unless you are a maniac. Man, what a good analogy. So C# is like Secure and C++ are like the Dark Souls. Exactly. Precisely. You don't need to have played Dark Souls before in order for you to have a good time with Sekiro. Why is COBOL very hard that it gives you a job? You're joking that it's too old to get a job. The thing is, there's very little programmers, like COBOL programmers. And like, I think there's like, Haskell as well. There's like some other very ancient languages that certain parts of like old companies still use, for example, banking companies, certain sectors of the government, and shit related to security. Because, for example, if no one is interested interested in programming in COBOL, it's very rare for you to exploit code that runs in COBOL. Because you would require a programmer that understands COBOL in order to create an exploit for something that runs based on COBOL. So it's considerably secure, and like some of the other old languages as well. But then you need to be an absolutely insane person in order to think that it's a good thing to learn these days. It's very old, but a lot of critical infrastructure, yeah, it still relies on software written COBOL, and a lot of people using it, but it's critical need. Yeah, that's the whole thing. Like, there's a bunch of systems that depends on people understanding COBOL, so whenever there is a programmer for that, it's very likely that they're going to be hired. But it's just like a bunch of headaches. I'm a Sekiro playthrough and I just went third to skin. I don't know anything about that because I never played Sekiro, sadly, but I wish to one day. I just would need to play Demon Souls first and then Dark Souls and then Dark Souls 2 and 3 because I like playing things in order and not because I need to play them. But I like playing things in order. Like banking and shit, yep. Most of those security-related shit. Security-related infrastructure, like some locations with energy management, certain hospitals, shit like that. And Dark Souls 2 doesn't exist, no need to play it. I've heard that before. It's not a new thing. I remember reading. I've played I used to string way back in the day Dark Souls, the first one. And I almost finished it. I think I've played a lot of it. But I never finished it. I would have to play it again. They went from 1 to 3 straight up. I mean, Dark Souls 2 is bad, but it's not that bad. Kind of. I don't know. I can't. I've heard that people don't like it. I wouldn't know because I never played in order to give an opinion on it, but so I only played Sekiro. But yeah, for example, about the C#. If you know C#, you can create websites using exclusively C#. You don't need to learn JavaScript nor anything around it. Maybe just a little bit of CSS, but even then you could import some libraries of CSS inside of the C# itself. They can call it using C#. You can create games using Unity, for example, and if I recall correctly, even Godot, you can use, there's a plugin for C# in there as well, or you can just code it from scratch if you're crazy. And you can write like regular software as well. C# basically allows you to create any type of software you want. And there's like solutions for everything everywhere. The C# give a job. Really depends on where you live exactly. I had friends that was getting 5k euros for a consultancy job related to C#. And she's a Brazilian, so she was like kind of swimming in money. A considerable amount of money. I live in Bangladesh. Oh, it's complicated around in India. Wait, Bangladesh is in India? Oh, there goes the geography thing. I'm quite sure it is, right? No, it's a country. Why the fuck did I thought that it was like a state or whatever the fuck? Bangladesh to the east in India. It's because it's literally connected to. Names. Now I need to see a proper map of this. Let's see. Where is it? Oh, it's literally connected to the side of India. That's why I thought it was the same thing. Oh, no, it's not connected. It's surrounded. Sheesh. It basically borders India. The Indian Ocean, and to the side is just Myanmar. Jesus, you guys must suffer. It's literally absolutely surrounded by India. And just a very tiny thing down there. Sheesh. But if I recall correctly, I remember seeing certain images of Bangladesh and it looked nice. Some parts. Yeah, but it looks like culturally it's very similar to India. I know. It's not India. Yep, it's not India. Right in the 19th about Bangladesh job market. Yep, gosh. Bengal is a region, half its own country. India has the other half. Oh, that's weird, man. That's a very weird thing. It's around it. Oh, there's the West Bengal in there. I don't know much about India, although I've worked with Indian people in the past. I did not like him. Oh, he was problematic. I had to explain like so many things like all the time to people that were like I had to. It would be similar to going into a bakery and explaining to the baker how he needs to bake his bread. And then he would complain and just go, no, that's not how you do it. Everyone knows that when you bake bread, you just throw water at it and just wait. And just like, I don't think that's how it works. Yeah, you can blame the British. Yeah, makes sense. Most of the issues in the world, you can blame the British. They basically have a finger in anything. So they're also a VTuber. Kind of. It could be considered one. By the fact that the face is not shown and he uses something else besides its own face, it could be considered a VTuber. Let's see. So there's the menu thingy that I was looking into. Where is this? Expand button line. How to make other content expands. Collapse button line. This is the Control 6 side menu side package. I can make it work. Follow them. Apps to right side bar. Nope. It's not it. The search function, each element is a side menu. You can have one or more sub-items elements. Sure, line for nested menu structures is useful for creating user interface or menu items can be expanded to reveal additional options. This is literally what he already has, right? Like literally, yep. It's just, or did they add it? I don't know. It's 5 in the morning for me, so when you're gonna stream them in Sky? Oh, there should be on the overlay at 5 in the morning. It's very early. Wait a second. There should be on the overlay at the top right. The hour right now. It's 7 p.m. So you should be around 11 p.m. Most likely after midnight. So that would be for you around 10, 11 a.m. I guess. And that would be on you can either watch here on YouTube or on, like, for example, right now on YouTube, there is, wait a second, where's the music overlay thingy? Did it fail? Did it break? It broke. It's not there. It's gonna fucking update. But yeah, on YouTube, there's no music for copyright reasons because YouTube is way more finicky. And on Twitch, there is some music. They should have been playing for a while. But that's mainly the main difference. But you can watch anywhere, YouTube, Kick, Twitch. But I think you have around 11 a.m., I guess. Thanks for calculating, I guess. Yep, you have music, yep, on Twitch. Or on Kick, not on YouTube, sadly. As soon as I enable the music on YouTube, there it goes. It goes down. God damn it, clicking the wrong monitor. If this is being reworked, can I suggest a property? No, I think this is just done and not what I wanted. Suki side menu when it's with his menu, no, this is different. You kind of sound like the Russian CSGO YouTuber. Oh, well, thanks, I guess. Can speak Russian. Use a Russian accent. Das Avalonia, shit like that. But no, I'm from Brazil. Lopatski, cheeky breaky, and shit like that. Accents are an easy thing for me, I think. I mean, it seems like they are easy. But I'm quite sure that, for example, Irish, Australian, and where's the other one? There's the Irish, the Australian, there's another one. And the three of them look like very similar. And most of the time, it's just when I do one or the other, just confused. I mean, and normally, I don't know. I can do Irish accent very well. That's the problem. I always confuse which one is which. And right now, it's not coming any words. I think anomaly is Swedish, isn't he? Are you German? No, not German. I am Brazilian. From Brazil. Land of the ass out in the open. Something Irish. I can't remember anything. Doesn't come anything to mind. Oh, there's the top of the morning. Top of the morning to you. Top of the morning. Is that Irish? I don't recall. Top of the morning to you, laddie. Top of the morning. The context menu of Window Chrome is... You're from Brazil? Yep. Land of the what? I might pay you guys a visit. Your country's big. Yeah, it's... I think it's... Which one it is? I think it's fifth one? Fifth... Country size ranking. I remember it being considerably big. Give me a proper list. God damn it. It's fifth, right? Russia and Antarctica, kind of matching one another, but Antarctica doesn't count as a country too. So there's Canada and China and the United States kind of very close, and Brazil as fifth, indeed. India is seventh, and Australia is sixth. Yeah, it's seventh. Yeah, but it's the land of the ass out in the open because it could be explained in a better manner, but it's mostly because a bunch of women over here use bikinis everywhere. Not in regular cities, mind you. In regular cities, like, clothing is just like normal. But in like any literal city, you are literally going to see like most women using bikinis regardless of the location of the city. If it's a literal city. Is moving to Italy or Germany good or bad? Depends. Germany, lately, and for the past like 10 or 20 years, has been like very welcoming to outsiders. Italy, people are very recluse, I would say, although very welcoming in the same way. Like if they like you, they're going to be extremely nice to you, but if they just look at you and just go, nah, they're just gonna be a bunch of dicks. How about Brazil? I wouldn't recommend come to Brazil. Not at all. Unless for like vacation or something like that. Just a quick thing. But living here, nope. Canada is a good location. Canada is a good place to move to. And you'll see add an option to display the menu arrow, not nope. Second menu, nope. Can assign nope. Open dialog to tip does not display nope. Why doesn't the hand shape display the mouse moves to the menu navigation of the simple nope? I sometimes talk like the Italians raving with my hands. Well, I am partially Italian and partially German as well, as well as all of the other mixes of races in Brazil. But I'm quite sure that it must be at minimum around 20% Italian and German. I basically talk with my hands all the fucking time and scream all the time as well. Like people just looking at me, why are you screaming? And I just scream to the person back. I'm just talking normally. I would love to visit Rio because of Rio, the bird movies. Rio, I wouldn't recommend going there because it's very easy for you to be robbed in there, especially if you are an outsider. There is something called what would be the translation to English to this? In Brazil, we call it, goddamn, even I spoke like so many English that it's just confusing me. In Brazil, we call it arrastão. In English, it would be something like, let me just try and translate it literally. Nope, that's not the word, you fucking ass. Plundering, that's a good word. Plundering, looting, pillaging. It's a phenomenon that happens on the beaches in Rio, where through the whole width, height, no, the whole distance of the beach from the ocean to the road, it is created a line of people, and that line of people just goes robbing everyone in sight, and they'll literally just come across just robbing everyone, and whoever is in front of them, they're gonna steal something from you. That is fucked. I'd say most of EU countries right now are not in good shape when it comes to moving there if you're not from another EU country. A lot of casual racism making its way into politics. Yeah, that is one thing. I think in France, that has been happening a lot as well. I think mostly because there's like way too... If I recall correctly, I think France is the country where it receives most outsiders. And that kind of exacerbates the issue. France is very welcoming to pretty much anyone that wants to go in there, and especially to, if I remember correctly, most of the issues that people like complain about because, oh no, they're destroying France or something, it's because like a bunch of Africans go there and a bunch of Muslims as well, and like the difference in culture with the both Africans and Muslims just clashes considerably with Occidental culture, and it's just like it creates like a lot of issues with people over there. And then some of the other countries, I think what is happening right now, it seems to be that it's starting to become common into other countries because it became like certain French people seem to be like kind of fighting against it, and now people are just kind of starting to spread around. At least that's my opinion of what I understand to be happening. I don't know, moving to anywhere hides problems, I guess. The Japanese girls are the cutest. Yeah, but Japan is just like, they're xenophobic because fuck. Racist is a lot. They're most, the whole thing with Japan is because they're absolutely nationalists, and anything that disturbs the nationalism of the Japan is just like against it. France is off when it comes to that. Yep. Every presidential election turns into voting against someone who's the daughter of someone who's created its political party with excesses. Boy, that must be fun. Select the tab programmatically. Yeah, the simple sign nope. Question about nope. May I ask if there's a way to know which menu item was clicked on? Useful, maybe. Depends the country version for introverts. Kind of. Most people over there are, it's not exactly that they are introverts, it's that they, how would you better explain that? It's a whole cultural thing that Japanese keep to themselves. They don't like communing much, unless they have like very, very close relationships. Otherwise, like, for example, there's the whole thing of them not calling each other's by first names. They only call it by second names and shit, their surnames. You need to be extremely close to a Japanese person for you to call them by the first name. When I ask if there's a way to know which menu item was clicked on, let's know if you click on the user menu on library, not right now, could be done later, do you have a plan, looking forward, blah, 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 in new guys package, there's a menu item change event, the sign menu is triggered every time the menu item changed the event as the header string is arguments. Create an Avalonia application, import the library, create a stop page component in main window, time menu header contents. Japan work culture is off. Yep, absolutely. That is 100%. They work literally to that there. And it is expected of you to work in the same manner, regardless. If you like, it, even worse for outsiders. I think it's even worse for outsiders because it's basically, well, it's either this or we're gonna not only fire you, we're gonna make it so that you're not going to be able to be hired anywhere else and maybe even kick you out of the country. It's just like, oh, sure. That's what my friend once said. Yeah, it's fucked. My father in the 90s went to Japan, knew a lot of Japanese people, and he has his pick with like hundreds of dojo members, and since they only learn Japanese in the peak, oh, that must be an interesting picture. So I kind of want to go to Japan. Since you are quite close to it, it would be a nice idea, I would say. It's considerably close. It wouldn't be that hard for you to go there. And like, even if like it doesn't work out, it wouldn't be that hard for you to come back as well. The conservatism ultimate, the main artist, nope, it's not this. Outside of the side menu on the main page, the menu retracts as Mara said, nope, not this. A good idea to be able to add a title to the custom desktop page like you can in traditional desktop apps. Nope. It's not this one, so even though it's an issue with Suki UI, apparently. Oh no, I think I know what might be. Let me see. If I do. Nope, select, god damn it, fucking mouse. But it was so long ago, my dad's no longer, and no contact is kept, so it's like history to me. Regardless if it was long ago, regardless if he's not there or whatever, it's just the fact that it's closer to you than, like, it's one of the options that you consider, and it's basically the closest one to you, so it would be kind of the easiest, I guess. And Japan is nice if things work out, you know. If it doesn't, it's complicated. Maybe it's because of this, because I'm calling inside the user control, and if it is, I'm gonna be pissed. But it could work if I use the user control inside of the menu instead of inside of the dock panel. We'll see. If I ever end up in Japan, I'll just be looking for places for lunch. That would be an interesting thing to do as well. Okay, let's see if this is working. Nope, still the same behavior. So it's not because it's in the side of control. Fuck me, man. Let me see. Let me just reinstall Fluent, the Fluent package. I'm gonna run a regular window and see if it is specifically an issue with the Suki UI or if it is an issue with Avalonia itself. Because it could be that there was changes enough that it doesn't work anymore in the same way. So it's not this one. Could it be the dock panel? I don't think it would be. It's layout only. It's like a mystery. My dad left. He even wrote a book about it. Sadly, no copies of law. Come on, that's sad. That is just a pain, man. Books being lost is just like history is like when a story is lost, it's just like it's just a shame because there's always like a bunch of like specificities and a bunch of like nuances to how the person thought about things, and it's just all there in the story. Let me see. There must be a copy somewhere. If he sold it or something. But it's so fun because I have a movie like Mystery to Solve. Yep. That gives you even more reasons to go towards there. It's gonna fuck up with this, isn't it? I won't have to change the app. Come on. To call something else besides the main window? What? But I need to know, that's the problem. I need to know why is it not working. He only made 500 copies. Oh, there must be something somewhere. 500 copies is a considerable amount. There must be at least one copy somewhere. It would be hard to find it, that's for sure, but there must be one. Like, start searching for like on the internet and Bangladesh communities or like in locations related, like close to where you live or where you sold the books. There's definitely someone that still has one. Even if it is like one in a corner and someone is just thinking, why do I have this book? And it also left me with a mystery. He also went to buy some milk, never found his way back. Oh man, that old mystery. What was the original lining here? I just copied this. This song is interesting. It reminds me of Legend of Mana, right? Was it Legend of Mana? Fucking weird ass thing. Yeah, it's Legend of Mana. It reminds of Legend of Mana. Very interesting co-op game as well. Even if it's not kind of supposed to be played as specifically in co-op, that's nice. When he was a boxer and a chess grandmaster, so yeah, I don't want to bother with my dead stories anymore, but that is interesting. A boxer and a chess grandmaster? You, like, Bradman was complaining about not having issues with chess like before. A boxer and a chess grandmaster. It's funny because I once thought a friend had to box. Why is it not going back to the thing? Oh, it's because it just changed it. I can... No, I can't. Can't I? No, I think it should work. Let me see. Window? Doesn't matter, just delete it. Nope, because it's different. A window is not an app. Fuck. Where was the code for this? Oh, it's in the Suki UI thingy. There must be there on the launch option. The Fire app, theme color blue. There was an option here that showed, hey, you fucking delete that shit. Installation, maybe? Nope. Why is it not here? Odds. I don't think it's gonna be on the Avalonia either. So I used to teach, kind of, even though I'm not proficient in boxing. It's mainly because I learned boxing by watching enough to understand the techniques and how you need to flow with your body properly in order to throw punches and shit like that. That's the autism. Thanks, autism. And then I was kind of teaching like a friend, more like counseling than teaching, I would say. So why show the time? Then there might be some geoguesser who can find the location. Then should think, oh, it's very unlikely. The area, this strip of area where that time is just like absolutely big. Like, and by the fact of Brazil being absolutely big as well, it's very unlikely. Although it's funny because every time that I see like a road, I know if it is a Brazilian road or not. And it's funny because it's always by the color of the dirt. But that was good, but lost to national champion, and then he stopped. Well, losing to the national champion is just like being the second best in the country. That's just still big as fuck. The second best in a country in something, sheesh. He's not the guy who lost, he's the second best. I wouldn't fight the second best boxer in any country. There's no fucking way that anyone would be able to convince me, hey, wanna fight the second best boxer? Nope. I would like to keep my teeth and my brain in the same location as well. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be around here, fuck. Let me see. Avalonia. Templates. Nope, it's gonna go with the templated tongue. Ah, fuck me, nope. Sure, tractors. Let me see if I am a robot. No, I'm not. Shame. I mean, he came to the local division tournaments. It was a national level tournament, more like the champion was there. Regardless, he's still the second best in the area. Shizing notes, not that one. That's because I forgot the wrong thing. There. Go. I don't know why this browser seems to behave in the worst manner compared to all the other ones. There it is. We're gonna look into the templates. C# app, I presume. And the XAML, it's just fluent time. And that's it. It's just simple as that. Alright, so just rechange this. Let me go to the main window tongue. And we... Fuck me. Just delete this to window. This one's not gonna work. Let me just skip this one here so that we can make this. Really? It doesn't work if I do that? Fuck me. Wait, oh, I see. It doesn't work because fucking hate. Sure, I will place it later in there. Yes. Somehow there was no errors in this one. Oh, I know, it's because it's calling the window is Suki window derives from Windows, so it just works directly. Oh fuck me, I forgot to disable the team. Also, the nation's biggest chess player of his time challenged my dad, but my dad refused because he feared failing my mom still hates him. He didn't go. Oh, I understand. Sorry for keep talking about that. No, it's not a problem. It's interesting. So he thought that he would lose, and he didn't want to try. And then your mom got pissed about it. Oh, it works here, see? It absolutely works in here, but it doesn't there. Fuck me. Now what? Why does it work here and not there? What type of change could happen that it wouldn't work? Isn't there a preview in there? In here? Forgot that there's a preview. Yeah, over here it works. So I didn't even need to get the whole thing in there. Dumbass. What about ye? Okay, so if I change the Suki window, I forgot that there's previews. God damn, there's any Suki UI. And then window. God fucking damn it. Suki window. Suki. Sucky. Of all the names, man. Well, it was after he left professional chess and was, let's say, retired from that, so I kind of never saw him losing a chess match. Even if he retired, he didn't stop knowing chess. But I kind of understand why he would fear failing, especially, like, for example, you say that he never lost a chess match. He got them right through. It could be that since like maybe he had like few to no losses and he didn't want to just risk losing that. Who knows though? But it's most common for a person to regret what they didn't do than regret the things they did. So this is the, oh yeah, I still need to change this to sucky window. Does this update the tongue? Nope, still shows with the regular window, I guess. Let me just build and see if it is with the new window. It would make sense that the preview wouldn't replicate the theme. Yep, the window is here. So when you move, it selects, but when you click, it doesn't. I don't get it. Not only that, you need to click it again. It feels weird. It feels absolutely weird. Oh, so it's kind of... I see. No, I don't see. It's because of this one. Maybe in here? Nope. Can't be the preview because it's app. And in here, it doesn't show the thing because the thing is not... It's not acquired from the app. Could I though... Let me see. Can I do... Sucky window dot styles? Yep, that works. It doesn't crash anything. And can I apply something like this? Should work, right? Sucky Y, sucky thing. Oh, no. Nope. Sucky Y. No, it doesn't work for some reason. Is it because of namespace? No, the namespace is the sucky Y there. It's possible that it's something that only works in the application styles and nowhere else. Sucky Y is here. Controls, assembly, sucky Y. It's the same fucking thing here. What does GSF stand for? Oh, that is a surprise. It is an acronym for something. For the name of the thing, but for now it's a surprise. And do you only have 2 viewers on YouTube and 1 on Twitch? Gamers say, yeah, but apparently yes. The analytics say differently. Yep. Apparently that's it. Gamers then fighting? Not really. But yeah, it kind of has something related to this. Bye, I'm interested. Bye, man. Thanks for showing up. And the stories you told about your dad and those things, those stories are interesting. I like hearing about people. So in here it doesn't work as well, see? So it's clearly an issue with the... Is it the window, maybe? It's clearly an issue with the theme, but what does it change that fucks up the... I think there's a moment in which I need to dive deep. And it's something so stupid, yet it's just like on my mind. If he had an option for me to debug inside of the... Wait a second, maybe he does. It could be that there's an option similar to this thing here, the developer tools. Similar to that, you can just like select an area and just inspect whatever the fuck is going on in that area. Avalonia is built-in DevTools window, which is enabled by calling the attached DevTools method in the window constructor. The default templates have this enabled when the program is compiled in the debug mode. Okay, so how do I access it? Yep, to open the DevTools, press F2. Well, all right, we're gonna see. Fuck me, it should be running the debug mode. Dumbass. GSF, it's a play. It's gonna be a play in words. And it's also kind of related to the French. Partially. Okay, F12. Yep, it opened an Avalonia Dev2 thingy here. So, can I just by pointing things over? Oh, I see. The pointer is over. I get it. Pointer is over the stack panel as well. I understand. Can I just place it like side to side? Would be no. That is bad. That is bad. Gotta be absolutely careful when I do this in the future. Oh, kind of. God damn it. You're good. It's kind of. Almost that. Hey, if you, it's basically the same thing. You see top menu. I think that the what gave it the most is the French correlation. Visual tree, I see. Logical tree. Sense for an address. I don't know if that is a real French word. But it's basically the same thing. It's a whole play on words on the MSF Metal Gear thingy. And it's basically Gaming Some Frontier, but it's just like kind of games without borders. The whole thing with the borderless gaming. That's basically it. Top menu. So what's the difference between the other one? Let's see. Pointer over. It doesn't trigger the focus on the pointer over on this one. When this one is open. I think that's the issue. Like, look how it changes the pointer over there. And this one. Pointer over in the top one. Pointer over in the bottom one. On the second one. Finesse window. That makes sense. But it's basically a billion words on the militaire thing. No, it's MSF Militaire Sans Frontières or something like that. Which is like Soldiers Without Borders. And that's basically the whole idea. Games Without Borders. GSF. I think it's interesting because of the fact that it's like related to a game as well. And it kind of shows that, hey, he's a gamer. He has his gamer card. He knows about games. Yep. Medicine, same frontier. It's not military, it's doctor, the medical kind. No, I mean the... This, Militaires and Frontier. The whole thing from Metal Gear. That's the main idea, and that's why GSF. I do. It's gonna be specifically games, not jukes, because I fucking Jew? Yeah, it's Jew, right? Four. Yeah. Four pass. Four pass? Jew. Yeah, that's Jew. And also because of this. Come on. I don't know why this browser is so fucking slow. This is a thing that existed before, so don't want to dabble in maybe getting a copyright infringement out of fucking nowhere because of something old as balls. How I thought it was about the NGO. No, I recall that there was something regarding that, but it's specifically related to Metal Gear. Did I close the thing? That's still in there. So yeah, I presume the issue is the fact that there is no pointer over when the menu item is opened. It doesn't pass the message towards there. I think he hijacks whatever the fuck is, and this one is open, which I don't like. At least not specifically to, for example, I understand like this being open, not letting me click any other thing around there. But, for example, this being open, like see that it does allow me to interact with these, with the other menu items. But it doesn't allow me to, like this one interacts as well. Seems like some interact and some others don't. But regardless, it shouldn't capture the focus itself. It's stupid. So yeah, now we know, and it's good to know that there's a developer tools inside of it. That makes debugging way easier. Dumbass using the things improperly. There it goes. This changes it to window again. And just in case, if I recall correctly, that is enough. I think it would be a good idea to set the size of the things smaller. So F12. Everything for some reason. Oh, no. No, I'm gonna commit the same mistake again. No. Alright, so you open the visual tree, I guess. If I recall correctly, nope. Clicking the wrong monitor, dumbass. Nope, regardless of visual or large results, the same fucking. Oh, I see. The visual one just specifies. Interesting, so it's not the same. Gotcha. Dock panel, top menu items, sure. So those pointer over selectors, sure. When you click it, pointer over still, it changes. See, that is exactly the issue. Is it gonna be that I'm going to solve a bug on Sucky UI. Why does it capture though? Like out of not even noticing things, it's just like, hey guys, found the bug on your shit. What could it be though? So this is just resources, culture info, right to left, and don't think it's gonna be around here, but maybe in the resources. Can I see something regarding the styles of things? Tab 1, no, this is look of Steam menu item, see. Does it show the solo classes? Does it show the menu name though? Tab 1, sects of elements, Avalonia controls, menu item, applied item container type. Could it be that if this changes? I don't think it does though, because it's just applying a style theme on top of it. But why does the fucking style for this Fox thing goes up? Items presenter, bunch of content presenter shits. Yeah, I still believe it's gonna use the same Falcon thing. Maybe the theme is gonna change, and if it changes to something else, I could maybe find an issue. Let me see. If I go into here and inspect the class itself, does it have the style inside of it? I don't think it will. The style property just uses style things. Command executes, menu item, handlers, gestures. Yeah, I don't think there's gonna be a style link here. Maybe at the bottom or something like that. Yeah, there is something related to the theme in CQI. There's fucking up things. And I absolutely hate it. Alright, let's inspect things back again on the other one and see if we find a difference. Oh, fuck you, I forgot. You can't have a tongue inside of there. A comment. So this thing's to be here. And this goes to... What happens if I execute like this? But then I executed the regular one. It's not the regular one, it's the debug one. Oh no, it's gonna be controls indeed, because this Suki UI.controls, I think. Because it's definitely not calling any of the Avalonia controls, although when we call it in here, it is using Avalonia controls. Yeah, it's themes, regardless. There's no way there's gonna be anything else. It's clearly a theme issue. Forgot to enable the theme. And just fucked up things over there. Oh, goddamn. See there, think. In Windows, stack, dock, top menu, menu item. So click on a tongue, it still doesn't focus. So the menu items have just theme, but the templates, it's definitely more info here now. There's this controlling here, Avalonia markups, XML, controls, container themes, the same thing. Items and container true. Maybe I can get more info on the Avalonia. No, not Shad UI, on the Suki UI. Suki. Starting to get bothered with Suki. Starting to get in me heads. Controls maybe. No, these are the extra controls for him. Nope. Content maybe. Shaders maybe? No, it's not gonna be. Color theme. Nope. Entirely different thing. Dialogue's not gonna be. Models? Nope. The theme itself. Yep. Menu item. Platform key gesture converter. Shouldn't be an issue here. Design, preview widths. Minimum height, width, height, margin, menu, vertical alignment, stop. Header, icon, input gesture, menu item, header, recent file. The fuck is this though? This looks like more of a... Oh, I know what this is. This is more of the example app than anything else. Then where is the proper thing? Which doesn't make sense because it would be there. I absolutely don't get it. This closes as a resource dictionary for some reason. Because it is a resource dictionary. Maybe this is a specific issue with design preview widths, and anything that is inside the design preview width just counts as this, and it's possibly in the control theme. Suki menu item style, I got it. Center, property, backgrounds, border thickness, font size, margin, foreground, dynamic resource, Suki text, Suki backgrounds, templates, control templates, border rules, background panel, dock panel, left parts icon. Okay, the icon, the left part, checkbox, blah, blah, blah. I presume the main thing would be on the panel parts. Or maybe in the border because it's roots. Clips of bounds. No, I think that's correct. Templates binding, rectangle, circulates border burst, notice border rights. Right arrow, fucking chevron, possibly for the checkbox thingy, text block. It's the space where the text is shown at the right. Content presenter, part header, presenter, margin 5, horizontal alignments, left center, content template binding header, content presenter data templates, default image both, binding, no, nothing there. Pop-up. I think the pop-up parts maybe. Clip to bounce is light dismiss. Yeah, because if it is the menu item is the first thing inside the menu, I think it calls the pop-up parts. And if it is the menu item inside another menu item, it calls the panel parts in here. This other bigger parts. I think. Parts pop up is open. Templates binding is submenu open. Ah, this might be the tongue. Mode 2-way. Opacity overlay input. This overlay input pass through elements. Binding parents menu item. Right edge and line top. It's either this one, overlay input pass, or it's the is open one. Because this specifies that a submenu is open, and it might be capturing entirely the mouse thing. But just notice, but this Vue.js, I wouldn't be lost. Just notice, but this looks a lot like Vue.js. I'm not familiar with Vue. Although it being something that is on JavaScript, just like, just already just fucking up my mind. Oh man, I don't. It's like I wouldn't want even my enemies learning JavaScript. Suki pop-up shadow. No, it's gonna be one of those, either this or this, and it's basically because it's XML, and it's if Vue uses something similar, then that's why. And XML is similar to HTML, so you know, as things go, this style selector pointer over. Setter property background, dynamic resource, succulized border brush. Yeah, this just changes when you select the thing, and it just like moves it to do this tongue here. It just all lights up. That's what it does. Writing Vue is like writing some HTML and passing data and logic through properties. PHP then? Because isn't PHP like that? Right? The very small amount of PHP that I saw, it could be described as kind of what you said. Fuck me. Small ass image. Give me a regular image. Nope. I thought PHP is inside of the HTML, right? Ah, it's been a while. Yeah, it's basically. Yeah, the PHP part. It would be something like this, right? No, this is literally pure PHP. It's basically code when you look at it. It's just like printing certain things and shit over the left and right, but it's not. Nope. Maybe I confused things. Here, no, here. Style selector, open templates, layout, transform control parts, menu easing. No, this is just the animation when it opens. Backgrounds, nodes, colors as well. Style selector, colors too. There's nothing related to disabling controls from the under part. Style not menu disables. Don't know what that could be. Style for the separators. The toggles, flow direction, right to left, yeah. Next type menu item, based on Suki menu item style. Target type menu item. So this is basically to pass the value. In Vue file, it basically have three parts. One defines logic, one defines templates, and one defines style. And the template's basically HTML, which refers to the logic part through properties. That is similar then to what is the fucking... Oh, I literally worked with that and I don't recall the name. What is the name of it? Blazor? Is it Blazor? I think it's Blazor. Is it Blazor? It's either Blazor or Razor. I think it's Razor, and Blazor builds on top of Razor. Because you have shit like this. if this fucking loads instead of just like being, yep. You have like the part where it just like injects shits. Fuck you for moving the tongue. God damn it, bitch. Here, you inject the things and then there's like the whole XML kind of type thing. And then you can basically have code behind inside of the same page as well. So it's very much like it. Yep, I would say it's quite close. There's the script parts, style part. Although if you stop and look at it, it's mostly HTML than anything else, right? There's the template part, the script part, yeah, and the style. Yep, that's basically very similar to Blazor. The templates part is where the kind of the XML would be. The script part would be the code. And the style part you can kind of pass inside the code and kind of place inside of the templates at the same time as well, and also place it from the outside. Yep, same concept. Yep. It's basically the same thing. It's not that bad when looking at it. The fact that there's like separations to it. It's although there's a problem that you need to use JavaScript inside of the script part, so there is that. So from the looks of it, the way you do it is basically creating components, then like components, user like controls or whatever the fuck, and then you just like embed them inside, similar to kind of this. You just like create the user controls shit, and they just go placing one inside the other. But this, if you look at this, it's very similar because there is it's just separate in here. In Blazor, you can use it together. But over here, there's what would be the template part, and then there's the code part. It's basically the same. You're just like, the only difference is that you keep the same name and under the .cs, and it considers it to be the code, literally code behind. Really liked working with that. I can see why. Because it's very contained. You build, like, whatever the fuck you build, it's just like going to affect this part in here, and then most things that are inside it as well. It's very hierarchical, which is good when you're doing certain things. Basically lost interest into programming because I have no personal project to drive my interest, and only jobs in my area are to use WordPress and then learn front end to end up clicking buttons. Yep. Nope. I remember, I think, trying using WordPress for who knows what. I don't remember what it was. But I remember not liking it, just thinking, you know what? Why not do it? I'd rather not even do it than having to use WordPress. I think that is specific to programmers, because I would say that WordPress would be mostly for designers, and programmers are not exactly designers. And if they are designing things, they're designing it with codes and not with just like clickety-clack buttons. On Unity, for example, there's the whole thing, there's the whole panel on the side, and you have to enable a bunch of shit. I'd rather do it in code behind. I'd rather change everything in code than just like change shit. I see the right panel in Unity mostly for testing than for anything else. Like, the real values are inside the code. Whatever is in this behavior part of the thing. I don't know if you're familiar with Unity though. Let me see. It's gonna show something entirely different, isn't it? Yep, I don't know why I didn't think about this. Oh, this song, man. This side here. It basically controls whatever components or behavior, which is how they call the code, that is on game objects. So if you added like a mono behavior, that is the code parts, to game objects, you can like maximize in here and then change the values in there. And I consider all of this just be a test. Just like, what happens if I change 9 to 10 and then I place 10 and just like, yeah, it doesn't happen what I want. And then I change it to, I keep like the values in the code. Or even like, if it's not in code, I use a JSON, and then when the game loads, it just loads the value from the JSON to the thing. And this is just a view. It's just a window to the values and not the fucking thing. There's some code involved to make some custom things in WordPress, but it's PHP plus SQL. Oh, I hate. Not only do I hate SQL, I also hate the fact that people mention it's a SQL, which is bonkers. It would be the same thing as saying JAVA instead of Java. It's just like, nope. And SQL is just like a pain in the ass as well. I rather work with anything else than SQL. The JS part uses jQuery, which is also something I hate. If I dislike JavaScript, you have no idea the feelings I have for jQuery. All right, it's gonna be that this is open here. How would I change this though? I don't think there would be a way for me to, what is the name of the way? Just forgot, just looked at the thing and forgot the thing is open. I don't think I would be able to change directly on the menu item. There's the sub-menu open though. Gets or sets a value that indicates whether the sub-menu of the menu item is open. No, I think what is gonna happen here, it should be visible in the preview. Just pass through in there. Yep. It just changes this, but it doesn't change the behavior. It forces it to be open, but it doesn't change the behavior. So I don't think it's gonna be that then. But of course it's different. It's open and is submenu open. Oh, I get it. It's two-way. So this is the pop-up thing. It opens up. Yep, it's gonna be this then. What this is doing is binding the menu item is submenu open property to the is open property for the pop-up, and it's a two-way binding. So if this one changes, the other one does, and if the other one changes, this one does as well. Yep. So it's gonna be the overlay input pass-through elements, which is binded to the parent menu item, which I think is causing the issue. Although, will I be able to change this? No. What's the name anyway? It's overlay input pass-through elements. Do I have something that is related to pass-through? Nope. It's only on the pop-up parts. Can I access the pop-up part? Nope. Can I change the style then? No, there's no way, because that is the template, so not a style. Also getting one of those jobs mean basically getting stuck in there. One of my friends has been the same WordPress job for years when another landed a real front-end job and got offers raining as soon as he updated his LinkedIn. I would say that happens because you don't evolve as a WordPress designer. Because I'm not gonna call someone that messes with WordPress as a programmer. It's just no. I don't think it's the same thing. The only thing that you get better when you work with WordPress is WordPress. And that's it. When you work as a programmer, regardless of what you work, regardless of the language, regardless of what you're doing, you are learning more concepts. You're learning broad concepts related to programming. And when you only mess with a single WordPress thing, the only learning that you get is more WordPress. And then you get stuck to WordPress. That's it. You're not going to evolve. Okay, it's clearly that's overlay input passed through, but how the fuck would I be able to change it? It's inside of the control template. I would have to change the template itself. Huh. You know what? Let me see. Let me copy this. This is the point where ChatGPT becomes helpful. I just throw the shit in ChatGPT and just go, hey, can I change whatever the fuck is this from outside? And change all the overlay properties set in the pop-up from outside. Let's see. Apparently you can override with the properties set and the pop-up and control theme without touching the original control code. In Avalonia, because the pop-up is part of the control templates, you can target it with styles using template selectors. In your case, the pop-up is named part pop-up, so you can override properties like this. Style selector, menu item, templates, pop-up parts. Only inside your custom themes, you can menu item style, no. Huh. So apparently you can do it. In my opinion, Clojure is way better than ChatGPT coding tasks. I'm mainly using it because it's open there. Well, it's Jean-Claude. Is it free? If it is, I'm gonna use it. If it works for free, then I'm gonna use it. If it's paid, fuck it. No thanks. Come on. I was previously running some of the LLMs in my computer itself, but just like it's basically inferior to anything. It's nice if you want to just have local shit. Well, apparently there's a free version, which I didn't read the I didn't read the tongues. Before we get started, what should I call you? Nope. You should call me nothing. Okay, you can change the tongue. I'm gonna look into that later. So apparently I can select the thing, but then it's just how. With a style selector, but then where the fuck do I place it? I don't know if OBS is capturing the sound in the key presses. Doesn't look like it. Apparently my noise cancellation plugin is working fine. Yeah, it's free until a certain point, but I managed to run some projects through multiple chat instances to circumvent limitations. Yeah. Gotta always fight the system. Example, want to apply to a second menu item style. This syntax ties to the templated parent of that control thing, but just after your template definition. But still, what the fuck are you talking about? No, this is a selector thing. This is different, right? Just passing out, I guess. Yeah, it's mentioning something like this. Just do this. Basically, hey, write me some script that does that in some chat, refine it, and says me this chat is reached the limits, and I open a new one and tell him, hey, you wrote that script, can you do X thing? Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, I see. Yeah, this is basically, so this should work? Let's see. No, wrong monitor. So apparently, this should work. But then I have to pass something to here. Fuck me. How the fuck will I know which value to pass to there? God damn it. Overlay inputs pass through elements. What is the value on the regular tongue? Pop up. Binding parents menu item. I can't understand what it's doing here, but it wouldn't be the clip to bounce, would it? That is like doing the whole thing with like copying the script and then passing to the next chat instance and shit like that is something that you kind of need to do on ChatGPT regardless if you have a very long conversation, because the way the chat window on ChatGPT works is that there is no lazy loading on it, so it loads the entirety of your conversation that you had. So eventually, especially when you're dealing with codes, the conversation becomes ginormous. And as soon as you start, you request like a new response or whatever the fuck, it just takes like a fuck ton of time to start rendering the text, which doesn't happen on the phone on mobile, because on mobile it's lazy loaded. So who the fuck knows why they keep like there is no lazy loading on the web version. Overlay input pass through elements property. Get set. Ah, we just passed I got it. Just passed the elements that could receive the thing. You know what? Let's go to the Avalonia GitHub itself. Now let's see what is the value in there regarding the theming for the menu item. Yeah, it seems to be C# indeed. Script maybe? Or source. Wouldn't it be easier if I just find menu item? Controls. It's gonna be in the fluent one. Now I search for overlay. And there's two values, one outside and one inside. It's not the same thing. Oh, there's the pop-up in here. So they don't pass an overlay value in here. So that's very likely what it's causing, because there is an is opening here. And it's binded to the submenu open. Oh, I see. I see. It is going to indeed be that. So maybe just passing X null should work. Could it be that this works in the preview? No, I don't know. I don't even know if it is indeed applying to whatever the fuck is it there. Let's run it. Let's see what happens. I'm gonna have to end soon though. Other monitor. because I started to get absolutely tired. I'm also pondering. Yeah, I would assume that it's not reaching the value of the selector instead of it's not working. Can I change maybe the selector tree here? If it was going to be in here, it would be in a separate location, right? Maybe in the visual tree, not the logical one. Let's see, let's open. Well, it's because I'm using it in the wrong monitor. I forgot that it shows in the primary one. Dumbass. So we open with this, and then let's look into here. God damn it, it closes. So there's no pop-up in here. It could be that it's in the visual tree, menu item. Yep, it's gonna be in here. Order, panel, pop-up. Overlay input pass-through elements. What if we remove it? If I can fucking do anything with this. Apparently I can change the value. Fucking kidding me? Really? The value is here, but I can do shit with it? Nope. Why is it not showing anymore? Oh, it's because it's inside of the thing for some reason. Nope. Pop-up? Yep, it's pop-up there. Now overlay. It's in here, so we can't do anything, so. Controls menu item. So the fact that it's menu item and not null indicates that it's not working. And why is there another one down here? Can I change this one? Fuck me. Oh, it's going inside. There I get it. Let me go back over. Yep. Gotcha. Understood. I can't change it. Why have this if I can't change shits? But yeah, I'm quite sure it's gonna be this. Wait a second. What if I do this? No, it might not be the proper value, I guess. Dismiss. No, this is different. Dismiss event pass-through. Event pass-through is something entirely different to an input pass-through. But it's odd that I can change this one. But this one I can do share. Yeah, this one changes when I move things. This pointer over moves. Yeah, when I place it here. This pointer over. Yeah, it clearly. I'm quite sure that that's the problem. I might write an issue on Avalonia on the Suki UI thingy. So either maybe show it as an extra property or allow you to change things. Although it's very likely that there's an easy way to change using something like this, but I'm not aware or I am doing it in the wrong manner. Let me see. I can just do this one on here. Maybe if I remove this template in here. But I don't know what the values need to be inside of there. Let's see what is the syntax. Oh, I can literally just pass the control class or the name of the thing, by style, by name. Yeah, I can literally pass by name. Could it be that it would work? Let's test. It could be that it works. Would it change in here as well? Fuck me, the goddamn thing is in front. Get the fuck away from there, mate. It's not even working, it seems anymore. I don't know if that's the cause or whatever, but that would indicate that it works. So, yeah. So you're down like 10%. Very much not. That is not. We're not gonna find parent style selector or control templates target type. If setter is not part of the style, you can set setter target type. Well, I did it wrong apparently. Is this PyCharm? Nope. C#. I'd rather stay a little bit far away from Python. I even mess with some things here and there, but not much. Only when needed. Maybe this. Any descendant operator. Maybe just having the menu item here, and then this one is the name of the phone. Oh, it's easier to fucking load than wait for the shit to move. God damn it, doesn't work as well, so that's wrong. The placer writing code has the same interface as PyCharm. It could be that it's also from JetBrains. I don't know why this browser is so. Yep, it is. It's basically the same company. It's the IDE version of the same thing, but for C#. It's like one-to-one. Yep, it's from the same company. That's fine. So PyCharm from JetBrains, and what I'm using is Rider. I don't know why this browser is way slower. So PyCharm from JetBrains, and what I'm using is Rider from JetBrains as well. And their interfaces are basically as close as possible to one another to, in a way, help so that if you change languages, you are already used to the. Yeah, this is what possibly by templates. Yep, this is possibly what I needed to do, and it just wasn't working. Maybe I'm passing the wrong value or something. So it seems like it was indeed the correct way, but I must be doing something wrong. Now function by lists, keywords. Say style selector, setter, and the property, and then the value. What if I set the value to something else? Just empty, maybe? It should work down there as well. It makes it unclickable for some reason. Maybe because it doesn't compile. So I need to install Rider to write C#. Yep. You can I'm quite sure that, for example, if you have PyCharm installed, it's very likely that there's a plugin that you can install on it that executes in the text proper C# code as well. But it will miss most of the features and other things that you could use related to C#. But if you're using a different language, the ideal thing is just use a separate, the specific IDE for it. Just passing is not going to do anything. Oh, no. What was the error anyway? Create property value to Avalonia base Avalonia input. I see. Just wants an input element. I don't know. Well, I only know basic Python, sadly. Um, if you stop and think about it, basic Python is kind of all there is. Sure, you can do like complex shit, but then do you need to? You could use other tools for that. You can use like other things. Python is a good thing for you to just test something. It's just like, what would this work? And then you just run something quickly and it just works or not. Is the Twitch viewer gone? It just comes and goes. But I'm gonna have to end it right now, the stream. And later I'm gonna come back and just stream No Man's Sky. Because there are some things that I need to do. It's mostly like this, just on other days as well. I just like string a little bit of programming and then later gaming. By the way, I'm pondering if I'm going to change that, do gaming in the afternoon and programming at the morning's dawns or whatever the fuck. How many languages do I need to know for a job? Depends on the type of job. If it is a job that requires you to know English, well, you need to know English. When I used to work for a shitty ass company, it was required English. Like required. When I say required, so literally you wouldn't get into the company if you didn't know English. Do you know how many times I used English in that company? Once. Because, funny shit. Because there was a guy that came from Sweden and he required support for his printer that didn't work. And the people from Sweden didn't want to provide support to him because he was in Brazil, and the people in Brazil didn't want to provide support to him because he was from Sweden. Sweden, is that a proper country name? Come on, fucking thing, fucking work. Yeah, Sweden, that's correct. He was Swedish. So the people in Brazil didn't want to provide him support because he was Swedish and he didn't speak Portuguese. We all were required to know English. No one wanted to contact the guy just because they didn't want to talk to the guy in English because he was either Swedish or English. And the guy was there without support for 3 months, the poor guy. And then I saw that thing and I said, why is no one contacting the guy? And then they just explained, well, no one wants to talk to him because he only talks in English. And I said, but we all know English. What is the problem? And everyone just looked at me, just like, oh, we don't know English because no one did. And they were hired regardless. HR, nice name. And I decided to talk with the guy and I solved his issue. And it was very fun because his voice was precisely, exactly like Arnold Schwarzenegger. It was like I was talking with Arnold Schwarzenegger. It was absolutely funny. Even like the accent was exactly the same. The tone of voice was exactly the same. It was absolutely funny. And to be honest, once you understand how to learn one, you'll have to have a hard time learning another one. Oh, you meant programming language. Just single one is enough for most things. And like Redman said, when you know one, you know pretty much all the other ones. The only difference is that when you are learning another language, you need to learn the specificities and intricacies of that language. Otherwise, the rest of the thing is just like all the same. In my opinion, being a dev is not about knowing every language, but more about understanding how to teach yourself what you need to. Yep, that's exactly. If you are able to teach yourself anything regarding programming, you will go like far. You're basically just like better than all the other programs that are not able to do that and are at this point better than you, because you will always pass them. Well, Python felt easy to learn. I hope other things will be easy to thanks. I might learn C# next. Is drinking today's old water bad? Yep. But yeah, C# is, I would say C# is an easier language to learn because it is a language that doesn't let you commit mistakes. If like most things these days are going to behave like that, but Let's say if I start typing shit in here, it's gonna complain. It's gonna just go, hey buddy, you're not doing things properly in there. And that is kind of by default with C#. Like, sure, most IDEs these days provide this, but the thing is that if you write something that doesn't make sense and just try to compile, some languages compile and are not going to warn you, and C# doesn't have that. There are a bunch of other languages that is kind of a specificity of a compiler mostly, but C# is just like the amount of benefits that you have for the ease of use of the language is kind of, as far as I know, trumps most other languages. The fact that you can, like I said, create software, games, and websites using only C# and not going out of C# at a single moment is just like enough. But then maybe job-related things might not be that easy as it would be for JavaScript, for example. I'm quite sure that JavaScript programmers are more higher than C# ones, but even then, I would still learn C#. And the reason I learn programming is because I like the idea of typing something and tell something to do and get a result. Yep, you're basically teaching rocks to do stuff. Kind of feels like writing a book where you can see the result. Yep. Then if you think that it's, if it kind of feels like writing a book but you can see the result, then you should look into game development. Because game development is basically that. You create an interactive book that happens in front of your eyes. You can C# in most game engines, right? The biggest game engine that allows you to use C# is Unity. You can't use it on Unreal, but then it's Unreal. I would stay far away from it. You can use in Godot, you can code in XNA, although no one uses that fucking shit anymore. You can code in Scratch. I don't remember if Game Maker has a plugin or something that allows C#. I'm quite sure not. And even then, if you're using Game Maker, why not use Unity? It's more powerful. It has more features and it's easier to do things. I'd say it really depends, as even though there might be more JS jobs, there's also considerably more devs looking for a job. Yep. I think the thing with JS developers is that there's at the same time more jobs and at the same time more developers. So if you would like compare both areas, it could be a similar ratio of developers to jobs. But like I said, C# is easier and it's not, you don't need to fight the language to do things, which is what I think most of the time is when you're coding JavaScript or Python or some other languages as well. But I'll be into game dev though. I have a game in mind called Solving. Go for it, man. Just learn Unity. If I recall correctly, on the Unity website and on their YouTube channel, there's a whole thing that literally teaches you C#. It's how I learned C#. Although I think in the past it was way easier. It was like the tutorials were like more descriptive, I think. I'm not familiar with how the tutorials are right now on Unity websites. But the way I learned C# was like basically with the Unity tutorials. If I recall correctly, there's a specific section there that teaches you basic C#. Sorry, cell binds. Only thing I'd be fighting if writing Python would be the indentation errors. Yep. Like, that's just because you added an extra space, shit doesn't work. Just like, no thanks. No donkey. Let me see. 2D, audio, design, educators, let's go to more. Let's go directly to tutorials. I could just go into here, right? This is just a bunch. It was way easier. It was literally on the first page, like, hey, learn fucking C# in here. Let me see. Editor Essentials, Programming Essentials. No, it's not the same anymore. It's just like, although it would be enough for you to understand very, very basic C#. But it wouldn't be the same as it was back in the day. No. It could be that it's in here somewhere, but now it's just fucking gonna take a while for me to search it. Gosh, I mistyped so much. It happens. Cell blind is gonna be a cell like, so it's. I presume that you wrote Unity. It's Unity free. It is, and it also isn't. It is not free if you gain something like $1 million. If your company makes $1 million or something like that, then you need to pay. But then, if you're earning $1 million, I don't think paying for Unity would be an issue. So, but before your company or your person is earning money, it's not an issue that you need to worry about. Although sometimes the company is finicky and just, but I don't think like the issues that happened in the past are going to happen anymore. After they fired the CEO, I think they learned the lesson. Oh boy. Indeed, this was way easier in the past. They had like a very, absolutely great C# tutorial thingy. Yeah, it's not gonna be easy to find. Yeah, the way I learned C# was using Unity. Pathways. Could it be one of these? This, maybe. Yeah, it's very likely that this Unity software, 3D engine, plain programming. Oh, I see. This is possibly going to teach. It's possibly going to approach programming while it teaches you certain things. In the past was literally just C#. Hey, let's learn a fuck ton of C# right now. And that was it. But regardless, even then, in here would be enough. It says 12 weeks, but I'm quite sure it wouldn't take that long. It depends also. I'm quite sure that there are people that would take like even more time to learn. I learned fast, so it's just it wouldn't be the same. Very different comparison. Look at this. Like this one says 2 weeks. I learned everything in this, whatever the fuck it is in here, in the time it takes 2 hours. I will learn it in 3. There it goes. This one, 3 hours. This one, 3 hours as well. If I could see all of this in a single day, I would basically learn everything. Yep, I'm quite sure, quite confident that I would be able to learn all of this shit in one day. I mean, like on a medium, it's like the dream to as a single dev, I believe might take 3 to 4. It depends. There are people that just create their first game and just gain a fuck ton of money. What's the name of the website? It's just Unity. You can just go directly to the, just search for Unity and you can search like, there's like a bunch of shit inside of it. Like it's where you can download the fucking, it's gonna show in Portuguese, innit? Bullshit is detected in Brazil. And it's showing the coin Brazilian reais. If we're willing to pay a few bucks, I know there's a website called Udemy which sells a ton of courses. The thing is, I don't know if that's still the case. There are a ton of discounted courses for first purchase. A friend of mine basically created hundreds of accounts there and used the discount on one course per account. I've heard about that. I believe it is still viable to do that. You basically create a temporary email and you just like access the free time period and then just do the thing. Searching Unity just shows the Unity downloads. It's in the learn area here. Unity learn. But yeah, if you are the type of person that needs someone teaching you in order for you to learn things, doing that Udemy trick would be definitely doable. I didn't have to create any new email. What the fuck? How? Using the Gmail account and doing that dot trick? It could work. Wait. A ton of discounted curses for first purchase. A friend of mine basically created hundreds of accounts there. Hundreds of accounts is the same email. It would be the dot thing on the Gmail, I think. How many times do you have the buddy? You have no idea. This is only the browser that I'm running here. I don't know if I could show it. There are a bunch of shits in here. Yeah, I don't think it would be a good idea. I have right now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 other browser windows shared into different browsers, and each window it's around 40 to 50 tabs. Basically, if you add anything before the H in the mail, get completely ignored by the mail service, but some websites still see these different mails. Yep. That's because of Gmail. In Gmail, it literally works like that. So I basically did mail dot plus Python Gmail. Yeah. The thing is, you still receive the emails for that. It's just like, I recall people use that as a trick to know, for example, you log into a website using that trick. For example, you place Facebook plus or dot works as well, if I recall. Facebook dot the name of your email. No, like Facebook dot, like it is there, python@gmail.com. And you use that only for Facebook. You only log with that email on Facebook. If your account is leaked, and if you see your email on leaks, it's gonna be over there, Facebook dot in the name of your account. So you know the Facebook is the one that leaked to your account. Yeah, it's a way to see, yep, a way to sort your data to, yep, exactly, that as well. It's useful, although I don't recall ever using it. I know that it can be done, but every single time that I need another email, it's mostly to create like random bullshit. So just create a temporary email and just basically just do this, just a mail. And most of the time, it's the first. I don't know why this fucking thing is so slow. I just use the email that shows up in here, get whatever the fuck it is that I want to, and then bye-bye. Bye-bye email, and that's it. It's mostly because I don't need different mail addresses for things that are not permanent. Oh, I found the website. Yeah, it's the Learn section on Unity. There's like a bunch of things in there, but I don't know how good things are in there, but that one is going to be specific. I mean, eventually you're going to learn things that are not specific to C#, but the advantage with C# learning, even if you're learning it through Unity, is that almost all of the skills that you learn on the programming part of Unity can be applied in anything else that is C#. It's just like it's automatically transferable. But yeah, I am gonna have to end this stream now because I just start, like, there's some things I need to. At some point I was using Pluralsight to find course, but it's pricey. This web school goes kind of depends for, I don't know if they teach C# in there, but I remember Web3 school. I remember that for HTML and other things related to websites, it is good indeed. But yeah, I'm gonna go. There will be some No Man's Sky later. Although I was wondering and thinking about playing other games, but I would have to set them up. But so today it's gonna still be No Man's Sky. But I sleep. I'm not gonna sleep. Sleep's gonna come like way later. Way later. It's just like that. There are some things that I need to do in between one string and the other. Have a good night. Yep, you too, man. I don't know if we're gonna be able because of the time differences, but yeah, I'm gonna go. Thanks for you guys hanging around, and if there is someone lurking in the background as well, thanks for showing up. So yeah, I'm gonna go. Bye.